Aladdin, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? You're the first today. How was your beginning of the week? It is officially Wednesday, I think. I think it is Wednesday. We have some pretty okay news. I have a lot of things to work on, but I can't work on it, which is kind of sad. I know, I know. Uh, that was not even, not even good. Rough beginning of the week. I'm gonna say I'm missing the target. That's what I'm gonna say. I also see that the fucking overlay is glitching already. At least on stream, it is glitching, and I don't know what happens. So, yeah. Um, you haven't been doing a lot. I see. I see. I have been doing some things. Not a lot, to be honest. I've been releasing the app, which is good. I mean, releasing the update to the app. I have another update that needs to happen, but I haven't worked on it or haven't had the time to work on it. I've been working on the Mom UI kits to make sure that we have something that is good. And every time I try to see it to do the thing that I need to do on the Mom UI kit, something just doesn't work. And then today, I don't know how that happened, but I started working on it a bit later than usual, and therefore the credit reset, use it reset is now at 350, which is like not now, so I can't work on anything. And it's not thing that I can do by hand. Like if it was shit that I could do by hand, I would, but I cannot. Like this is not the type of thing that I have the knowledge nor the brain capacity to do. And yeah, it's gonna be fine. But right now, yeah. Um that is, can you can you tell me who gave you that? Because I would love to get in contact with them as well so that they can give me a 200 plan as well. I don't have like most of the thing that I'm trying to do. Um GPT for open source. Huh. 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 Daniel, we're calling. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, uh, mm. I think since Tony is doing some things, yeah, we're calling. I think since Tony is doing some things that are open source, then applying for the GPT for open source system, uh, and then providing what you're doing is potentially a good option. Um, yeah. Also, I mean, obviously, I'm looking at shit, so I'm gonna, I'm gonna say that right now. This tagline, get rid of it. Get rid of it. The all you need, nothing you don't is such a Claude 4.5 sentence. And if you look at that or you look for this sentence on Google, you will find a ton of SaaS and all products that do have the exact same sentence. So I would highly recommend you to just find another tagline just for the sake of being a bit standing out. Even if it's like 100% AI generated and whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's just like this is now part of the sentences that are associated with AI generated stuff, and there is a lot of people that would say, "Oh, that's AI, therefore I don't trust it, or therefore I don't care about it, or I think it's going to be shit." So, would highly recommend you to get rid of it. But you know, yeah. Stony, what Collins? How was you? How was you? Good job, me. How was you? How's everything? What Mama London just said is important and interesting. Apparently, they got gifted the $200 plan for the OpenAI from OpenAI because they are doing an open source project, and you might be able to get something similar. Maybe just apply. I know you don't necessarily work with OpenAI that much, and I don't think it matters. I think that the difference in between Claude and OpenAI are going to be kind of the same thing. Nonetheless, Codex, still, maybe you just apply to give it a go. But yeah, no, that is a very AI tale, and I would highly recommend you to remove it. The other thing, I've been saying that as well. Also, Tonton, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? Uh, this might be just me, and if it's just me, then it's fine. But I don't know if that's gonna. Yeah, it's not. It's there. It feel more premium when you don't have the period at the end of the titles, and therefore I highly recommend the people to remove the period at the end of main things. Also, then you recommending. I hope you're good. So just for the titles, I think the underline, the subtitles and subheader could have the period at the end because it makes sense. But for this, for some reason, I don't really understand what it is and how I can explain it because I can't explain it, which is the reason why I can't explain it. It feels just more clean and more interesting and so on. And I do that on many things um, to make sure that we have like a cleaner interface. If you like, for example, here, tu peux les soit calling. For here, if I let the original one, you would have the dot, the period at the end, which would have been probably white as well. So you would have had the in white, the Figma encode in the color, and then the dot in at the end in white, which would be kind of weird, but understandable, but kind of weird. So yeah, I tend to remove them. I don't know why this one popped back in, but I usually just remove them because it's easier and it feels cleaner to me. So that's the thing. That is the thing. But nonetheless, this is cool. Uh, this is cool. If this is like an open source things and people can use it and self-host the things, then that's good. I know you didn't ask for a design review or anything. I see things, and therefore I have to I have to talk about it. I I mean, you know me by now. You've been here before. You've seen that before. God damn it. It's not much. It's not like it's the biggest thing that people will notice, but it's just like, God damn, it's not much. I mean, it to the point that I introduced concentric rule in the code on my end. So, eh, eh. Um, yeah, Tonton, I agree with that. I would say that as well. Having the headline not giving you exactly what the thing is, not really good. Mainly because at this level, again, you don't really have Apple Reach. You can't really afford to not be clear because I, as a user, would probably load the page and start scrolling unless something is really attracting my eyes from there. Um, but the probability of me reading this, pretty low. The probability of me reading this, potential. Um, not certain, but potential. And Therefore, like if I knew what you were doing, because right now I don't know if it's just a Kanban board for project management, if it's just a Kanban board for whatever the fuck you want, in which case that's fine. But yeah, for simplicity, I would have things here. Um, sort of Trello Kanban for simplified team project management. It had columns for minimal viable project. That's interesting. The FAP is not necessarily the word that you want to use, but you know, why not? I don't, and Jordan, I don't think a skill would make any sense. Um, we had a chat before, and yes, I should write something. I should make an MD file skill thing that just says, here are all of the things that I notice in most projects, not necessarily just AI generated projects, but like most projects that make them look like they are less quality than uh, I agree with that statement. Police, I agree with statement. Less quality that they want to be perceived at, and it's not much most of the time. It's just like, okay, cool, you have something that is pretty good, but like your spacing is not consistent. That's a bit of a thing that the human brain notice, even though the person is not a designer. This is something that is noticeable. Colors are good, but also, yeah. Uh, that is a wild sentence, Lenny. That is a wild sentence. Um, but yeah, I could potentially create something. The issue that I had with Mac OS 26 being this basically allowing all um, all vendors to create or to choose from a set of radius for their corner radius for their windows. We ended up with these. We ended up with the amount of like I date right. I doubt. um I doubt that there is the image in question, but like you probably have seen the 16 different window. I mean, not 16. I think there is only 8, but still, uh, it it pissed me off, but it makes sense. Lone Traveler, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? It makes sense, and it is concentric to these things. And on 27, they have taken like an in between these two, and they kept the traffic light at this position, which means that now the traffic lights are not concentric, which is kind of bad. But yeah, I um I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing, but there is like a lot more. Um, and I guess if I say window radius, it's gonna exist. We're gonna find one. Um, yeah. Oh my God. It's just uh, the sad part about this one, the first one, is that this is not the window. This is the panel within the window. So technically, the clone radius of the window is the big one here, and they went with, I think, this one with 27, and it's not the correct one. They should have taken this one instead because it's the more round things. But then again, when you have windows and windows stacked next to each other, you are losing pixels. Not that anyone is caring about the corner pixels, but you know. Yeah, yeah. It needs to be concentric. Even there, you can see that it is. It is a constant amount of skin, which is concentric. Like it makes sense. It makes sense, Feels. Well, come on. How are you? How's the day going? I missed the target. Marmalade didn't miss the target. Um, it it looked like, yes, same exact same spot as the past 3 streams. That's crazy. And now you have a friend. Cool, cool. That's good. That's all we want. We want you to have a friend. Stony, you might make it. I might make it. Yeah. For once. For once. Absolutely rigged. Yes. Yes. Um, that's interesting. Chris, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while. Which question do you have? I don't see your question in chat. That's the thing. No problem. What is your question? Oh, if she makes a skill for AI, does it mean that we are gonna lose our job entirely? No, no, kinda, not really. Um, you went to a Kusho Cafe. Congrats on that. This is cool. This is a good thing. It's a good place to be. Um, and yeah, same here. I don't have a job to lose either. I applied to a job earlier today, which is sadly a French job, which obviously I have my doubts about. I sort of face not the face, but like the the face of the landing page basically, and I'm like, okay, this is a very French slash um, tech product. We'll see. And then in the job posting, they're not asking. It's like the first words in the job posting is a 100K plus equity, and then the job title. And for France, 100K is crazy. Like, this is not the regular prices. I don't know a lot of people in France that are, as in designers that are making 100K that haven't been in the company for like 6 years. So I still applied because why not? But yeah, as always, I don't need 100K. I'm fine with not 100K, but also I'll be fine with 100K. So, eh, eh. Uh, so if I make said skill, would everyone lose their jobs as designer because AI would be good? No. The thing that would work here, and the thing that is important, is that the skill is usually not something that is followed 100% by the AI models, as far as I've seen. A lot of them are doing surface level U shape. We talked about that before, where the LLMs are taking the starting point and the end point, and they are kind of joining, and then the center is not something that they read, and it's just like in the snippet, if the beginning looks right and the end looks right, then the content is probably good. So that is sometimes, like, depending on where the corner radius is going to end up on that skill, it might get skipped at times. But yes, the skill is, I'm tired of repeating myself, and therefore I want it to be loaded somewhere, and then I can just reference it if necessary. The thing that Stony has been making for the past few months, and the thing that Theo has been talking in one of the last videos, kind of the same thing, where you just repeat yourself once, and then you attempt to not, which makes sense, but also, doesn't. As always, I don't care. I'm a streamer, and instead of creating YouTube videos that I can point at so that people don't ask the same questions, I'd rather do the thing again and again and again on stream to explain the concept and the changes and the evolution of tools and so on, which basically means that for me, repeating myself doesn't really bother me that much. In AI coding, sometimes there are things that I will probably just say, well, that could be good to, you know, uh, not have, but eh. But the skill is going to be very, oh, that's going to break the stream. Sorry for the lag that is about to happen because Figma was not launched. That's my bad. I'm going to turn into a slideshow for the next. Oh, I have folders now. This is lagging a lot. A lot. I can see the lags. I can see the lags. We are currently working on this thing, so let's go straight there. So it's gonna lag a lot more. It lags for everyone. It lags for me as well. It's worse than anything. Like working on Figma on stream is just like not a viable thing, and I should probably stop, but I will not. Because the change on folder is just that now instead of having your project, you have your folders. So the thing that was called projects is now called folders. So you lose the preview, you lose the quick access to the first four projects that you have in your folders, and now you can get access to the folder which contains the project. It's a waste of time. That's what it is. It's just absolutely useless. Um, it's shit. I mean, navigation is shit, behavior is shit, implementation is shit. So nothing changed. It's just like now you have the ability to create multiple folders. And I think if I remember correctly, you have the ability to create a folder within a folder. So if you wanted to have like the MOM UI kit work files and the MOM UI kit releases, for example, for me, then I could do this. The thing is, in order for me to give you the slash duplicate, these needs to be uh, in the draft so that you can duplicate it. So yeah, Figma Buzz is their marketing tooling. Basically, it is their integration of the CMS platform so that you can create or have a CMS environment to manage most of the assets and or wording and or visuals that you want in your marketing stuff. And then Buzz is going to help you generate the template slash base systems for like Facebook ads, Instagram Reels, LinkedIn things, whatever. It just has like most of these preloaded as sizes. And because the CMS is working, you can create like a whole thing um, in one go, which is pretty useful. I have set foot in there on release day, and then since then I have never opened it again. So in my eyes, it's not that good, but other than that, eh, eh. So yeah, I see, I appreciate the heads up. So the thing um, which we talked about, is basically this. This is the formula that we have. We have the ability to just say, oh, technically I should do that. That would be easier for everyone. We have the ability to say um, that as well. And then the last option is um, this. That's it. That's the skill. So the parent radius minus the child radius is giving you the space that you need to have in between the two. The parent radius minus the padding is giving you the child radius. And then if you have the child radius and the padding, then you can create the parent radius to be concentric. These are the three options. You obviously would be able to do another positive as well, like another additive to get something out of it, but it's also like not necessarily an option. But like if I created a skill, that would be basically the content. But yeah, this is just radius. So it's just if I have rectangle A right here and rectangle B right there, and they are concentric. So they have exactly the same amount of space. I should do cyan here so that it's easier to read. Bitch, give me this. Don't don't piss me off now. Um, it's basically if I want to get the value here, and I know that my value is like, I don't know, I'm gonna do something random. Oh, that's 20. Cool. If I do 20, and then I know I have 24 in sizes, so I have my child radius. If I added the padding to 24, it's giving me my parents. So that means that my 20 plus 24 equal the thing that I need to have here. And that is basically, I can type it. Like there is no issue with just saying 20 plus 24 if you don't want to do the math in your head. And then you press enter, you get the answer, and now I have the proper corner concentricity thing, and that's about it. It just means that right here, for example, the circle that is defining here, so is a 40 by 40 because that radius is 20, and I'm gonna just outline it, make it red so that it's easier to read. And then for concentric, that element right there needs to be just bigger until it reaches the top, and that gives us 88 to reach the edge. That's basically it. And that's just concentricity. It's nothing very complicated, but it end up being or looking better most of the times than what you have here. And it's not much. Like right now, um, you have your inner. If I have you have your inner radius that is radius plus 4. Let me just get out of. If you have the plus 0, you're pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. But since you already have variables, that might be an easier thing. You have your 2XL here, which basically for me means that your variable there, if you have like a 3XL, if that exists, it doesn't. You only have computed the 2. Which apparently your 2XL is 1 RAM. That's wild. That basically means that you have a 1.5 RAM instead. and that's your value. So you need some sort of a uh, like some sort of a 3XL at some point to get the concentricity. And I don't know exactly how much padding you have. It looks like a padding of 8, so that means that your inner is supposed to be at like 1, I guess. I guess. Yeah. um, so, eh, eh, it doesn't really matter. We go back. Corner radius. Non traveler. Corner radius, not box sizes. Box size is a bit of a different thing. It doesn't really matter. The box size can be whatever size you want, but yeah. Um, and then to answer your question, yes, I have noticed. I've seen ogres post once in the past few weeks slash months, so kind of disappeared from my feed. And then James, since he joined Lovable, um, kind of didn't post anything except when he started to leave Lovable and be able to basically post the thing that he'd been working there. So I'm guessing they probably both have had some big client things that stop them from posting and being active. So yeah. Um 23 points to make it round the borders. So it's really just outer radius minus padding minus border. You, I think you should not count the border in because the border is available on both of the segments. So you shouldn't count the border. It shouldn't impact you in any way, shape, or form. But yeah. Um, and Lone Traveler, yes, kinda. Um, it's it's not a necessity to follow these, and there are places that I do have as references that are important to see why I don't have these concentricities. So if I go into the default theme so that it remains, default and whatever, I don't really have it here because the distance would make it flat. Like this would make these content um just straight up sharp corners, and therefore that doesn't work. So in order to keep that, I have to, I don't have a choice to get this to have like a non-concentric thing, but also it's a presentation, so that kind of makes sense. On other things, I'm gonna need to be in light mode so that I just like flashbang you for a second. Um, I have made sure that these ones are taking the concentricity um, corner radius in there, and therefore, in changing themes, you will be able to see that the inner radius and outer radius are moving in sync. Again, this is not like a necessity. It's just like I prefer that. Um, and it's fine, but I also have some portions of these things that are not like concentric. Like this is not concentric because of if I wanted to have them concentric really, I would end up with the button being sharp and the outer being rounded. And the same thing here, like that would be kind of weird. So it still looks bad and I don't like it, and I'm still probably gonna work on that at some point. But it's not a you need this all the time, always, forever. It's more. when it's applicable, it makes more sense. And when you have nested cards, it makes a lot more sense to just have um, these rules to make it a bit cleaner. I know I have one that I have saved. I guess this one works as well, even though this is an absolutely different concept. But you can see how it is like way more rounded there than this card right here. So it just looks kind of weird if you see that. And they are both the exact same corner radius, by the way. It's just that because this is so thin of an element, it looks more rounded than this is. Other than that, it's fine. I know I have another one that I saved because I do like the presentation that they have. Same here, like their corner radius there is matching the one that we have here, and you can see how uniform and homogeneous things are. They do have a bit of a more space on the right side than they have at the bottom, which means that that button is not concentric, but it doesn't really matter either. Like it's a fine enough layout to make it work that I don't really mind. I would still personally would have pushed that a bit on the side, but nonetheless, that design is reborn. So the other thing, it's not rule. Um, so yeah, that's interesting. Um, so they don't. That's the thing. And also feels, yes, I would love to roast you. I need to click on that. um, the the thing that is funny to me is that Apple introduced the corner shape dot concentric in Swift UI and in UIKit. So this is a core fundamental thing at Apple design that they have implemented since iOS 26 and iOS 27, and they don't use it. There's a lot of places in the OS, there is a lot of places in the apps, like the native apps, where they are not really using the concentric thing that they have put in place and said that it was core to Apple. But they do use it probably a lot more than other people, mainly because these are 100% already a thing in their concentric, like their dot concentric is that. The other thing, and I removed it, the other thing that you can do, if that's just like if you don't want to bother Marmalade before I go back on Discord and check, you can create concentricity without having to think about it whatsoever, if you want to. So you could say, right here, this is going to be my background. That's my container. That's my div. It contains another. Let's do another rectangle. Or let's say that this is the div. That's going to be making a lot more sense. And then it's just going to contain an element. Like very very simple system. Nothing really in there, but it's fine. If you wanted to have some sort of a, let's say this thing is a black background, so the div, the container is black, you add the field to pure black, and then instead of adding some padding around it so that, you know, it shows and so on, you can just create a drop shadow, and that drop shadow is going to have no blur whatsoever, be pure black at 100%, and no Y value whatsoever either. From there, it doesn't look like shit, but you know that you want something like 16 pixel of margin or 24 pixel of margin all around your container. You just change the spread to like 24, which means that now you have all of that. And let's say you wanted to have a small border on the edge, you know, for how things are supposed to look. You change the one that is at the bottom to 25, and let's make it red for now so that it's just like visible. And now, regardless, as long as my container is taking some radius, the outside is going to be concentric because that's how it is. So if you didn't want something that is like so big of a space, you can 100% just go back in and say this is going to be 17 and this one is going to be 16. So it's like 8 points less. And now you have your concentric cone radius without having to do anything. Which means that if I do things that are like, these are my containers within, and let's do that instead. If this is corner radius of 10 right now, it means that my container within needs to be at a corner radius of 10 so that they match their parent. And it's just like one single radius variable. But this is not a surface. This is not a div. This is not something that is clickable. It's a shadow. So you would end up with some issues at some times, but it is roughly the easiest option for you to just create something if you wanted uh, to you know, giving that feel and feel. That makes sense. So, it's just it it. It's the thing. It works. It's easy. It's not the most practical thing to do. I still would rather you implement the things properly like you already have. But eh, eh, don't worry about it. I said I wanted to review thing, and we were talking about something else, so we get we are good. Let me click on that as well. So yeah, other than that, yeah. You have a B1 in French? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I looked at my certifications. Apparently, I'm certified as A2 in Japanese when I passed the test, which was in 2024 when I just came back from Japan. And I basically did absolutely nothing. And during the test, I couldn't do anything. Like I could read shit because I had enabled a thing on my computer that gave me reading ability. Uh, but yeah. Other than that, it's kind of bad. So I have the certification at A2, which means that I can apply to things that are requiring A2, but most of the times, not really. Um, I was about to imply that, yes. Yes. Um, and no trouble. It's just a matter of spacing, basically. Uh, okay, I'm gonna complain, Phils. That's what's gonna happen. um, I mean, garder la monnaie is keep the change, which is good. Was this just a posh ass restaurant and they just didn't need the tips? Usually the thing, yeah, that makes sense. The thing for me, the thing that I do when I have cash, which is almost never, but when I do have cash and I pay in cash, I don't have coins. I don't hold coins. So that's it. Like I give you a bill, you give me some bills back and some coins, you keep the coins. I don't want to bother myself with coins. So If you know that about me and I give you 50 and you give me back like 49 in coins, are you gonna keep 49? But most people don't know about that, so that's fine. Anyways, um, placement is weird, but it makes sense here. Um, so the first thing that I see is I I don't like the hot drink ink. Dang, that's a weird thing. Um, and then I don't like the end being here. This is just breakpoint situation, so it doesn't really matter. Um, but that's the only thing here that feels kind of weird. The other thing that I see is obviously the screenshot itself is bothering me and putting things in my eyes that I shouldn't be seeing, because it creates that space on the side with the cards that you don't have on the other side. So the centered view is offsetted in ways that is not good. Other than that, doesn't really matter. This teeny tiny animation scroll things is cute. I would have done it the other way around, so that it is like darker around here and lighter around here in terms of opacity, because you want people to go down so that the weight is at the bottom, like your balls. That's what I did right there. It's the same thing. It goes down, so you want the full opacity around here. That's the placement that at least makes sense. Um, what is fine, but it's fine. Um, if I start scrolling, you introduced the very old texture. That's interesting. This is weird. Fuck me. Sorry. I don't know how these bitches are getting inside of my flat. All of my windows are closed. That I'm gonna kill some people. Um. Anyways, moving on. We're gonna need to talk about that. We're gonna need to talk about this because I know that it's not cropped. I've had some issues with that. So to be checked. As Tony mentioned earlier, this is a very code-generated thing. That font is not necessarily the best option, but also the font is complicated, so I get it. These cards are very code-generated, so there are some things to be changed here, and it's fine, but it's not great. um, I'm gonna read one thing, and then we'll see what I can say about it. So, one store, one city, all of it's yours. I guess we're missing a word. All of it is yours. Lease a lot of the map. That's a weird thing. I get it, but it's weird. Weigh foot traffic against weekly rent. Fit it out. Mm. Buy a blend from a local roaster, set your menu prices, hire baristas, and set their wages, I guess. Then end the week and see what the ledger says. So, dyslexic ass, really hard to read shit. All right? But the fact that I struggle to read that sentence is a statement of how it needs to be rephrased. Because this is the type of thing that I have noticed so many times of AI writing, where it's like, if I really have to focus to read, I didn't do well. It is kind of bad. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you have made your cards be full width, which is interesting. Um, but you're losing space that you may not need to have kept in the first place. So that's the first thing. I have a feeling that if you did something like um more of a global vibe, and I'm gonna sound like a LinkedIn post, output driven, something that is outcome driven, something that the user wants to do. This is very much like UX based. It might make more sense here. So here the goal is not to give them all the facts of the thing that they can do. It's manage your shop and check your ledger at the end of the week. Like that's basically what it is. There is nothing else. Like the lease your shop and specific thing that you want to have with the weekly rent and so on. It makes sense physically and feature wise. But for a user that comes to the platform or the website to see what the game is about, uh, um, manage your shop, check your profits, done, good. That's one line, and then you can move on to the next step. I feel like there is something to be rewritten in here to make it more readable and easier uh, to understand for most people. And as we have showcased so many times by now, this I have ADHD thing skill, which is probably already installed on your end at some point if you haven't, is basically that. It's just like this is, yeah, but it also that's so much faster and easier for my brain to just understand. And the fact that this skill in question is called I have ADHD is a good thing. But also, I feel like most of the outputs are positive for 90% of people. It's just like, do you really want to read this entirety of prose things, or do you just want to know what you need to do? I don't know. Maybe if I'm asking for an explanation, then yes. Um, but yeah, I do prefer I have ADHD and Caveman. I think Caveman is a bit too brutal for what it is, but they are both very similar. Um, But yeah, also let me click on Orca, which is a name that pops up every single day in tech. It's crazy. Um, that's fine. Same thing that I said earlier with the period at the end. Um, take care of yourself, Stony. Enjoy the rest of your day, and then maybe see you later. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. um, these are interesting-ish. That's it. Just interesting-ish. That's potentially good if you have like the correct screenshot, which what you what you said, like these would change. Um, that's interesting. Oh, you'd rather be here? I see. Well, but stay here. What the fuck do you want? Nothing forces you. I'm sure you are forced to do that. But yeah, enjoy the meeting. This section is interesting. It's the only one that kind of stands out and design wise and looks coffee related. We're going to talk about that. Yeah, being forced to touch grass. That's crazy. uh, that's interesting. That's a bit of a change log, current progress. And then questions. Yeah. Eh, same issues that I have with the beginning. Okay, cool. So this This is a thing that we've done a long time ago now. This is first year of streaming, so it's been 5 years, I think. Um, this was a project from the Memorizely community, and they just gave briefs to designers of the community and finding out, like, basically who would want to create something that made sense. And with Sake, we went together and we said, you know what, let's build something about coffee for some fucking reason. Because at that point, PG was really into coffee, and therefore we ended up here. There are things that we have done in there when it comes to the research and or like the design in question that are coffee based, and obviously they are very much aligned with our design senses at the time. And I do think that it's shit nowadays, but it's a great representation, and it's also a great example of what you could improve on in the future. Nonetheless, you have a font that is kind of tighter. This is something that we have discovered being kind of associated with coffee. We have the seals on. Um, this was one of PG's first projects with me on stream. Not not one is of his first project at all. No, we have roughly the same amount of work, the backlog. So not the first, just the first together for Memorizely. Um, the seal was interesting. And then in the coffee specific things, we have added these. So basically the presentation cards there with the seal when it's like, oh, this is the shop special, like the SS, the shop special. Um, we kept that kind of vibe of a bean label. And then on the coffee page for the details of the coffee in question, the detail of the drink, we kept something uh similar. So that is something that I think you could potentially put in place. And then we had like some of the special ones, which obviously they look like shit nowadays because I didn't have the same amount of knowledge on colors and or on placements. But still, so these are just things that you could put in place, and they are very simple, I think, in CSS to have like these hand things in the top and bottom of some of the cards. Not all of the cards, but like for example, your um, this could be a bit of a receipt printer thing or a coffee label thing to stand out a bit. So that's the thing that I could recommend. I know that we looked at other things and tried to get like different styles for most of these coffee drinks and so on, and not a lot made sense. And so we kept the simplifications at some point. But the thing that seems to be very much common in most coffee places is that they are using some condensed fonts. So you could go with that at some point with some of the Google fonts that are condensed that make sense to you instead of going with a serif font. The other thing that I use most of the time when we're talking about coffee related design is Trade, because they are good in their design themselves. So Trade, if you have been on YouTube in the past 5 years, you've heard of them. It is a very common YouTuber sponsors. They basically provide coffee beans that you can then not roast, but like pre-roasted and so on, and then make coffee at home. That's the main point. But they are providing some beans from different places that you probably have never heard of. And what I love about this is that they have some very specific, obviously I can't see shit. Um, they have some very interesting images of the coffees. So what I'm looking here or looking for is the branding that went into the design of the coffee um, pouch, bags, grain bags, things, and then get inspired by this. So you will see there is a lot of them that would have some serif fonts. There is a lot of them that will have some kind of typed fonts or very thin fonts. You will probably see a lot of them that are like kind of heavier typography because it makes sense and it's very associated with it. But with that, that's basically what I see for potentially getting some inspiration in terms of layout. So right now you are using some brown that are kind of like this. If your website was similar to this pack, this would be interesting because it makes sense. If you had different sections, you do have different sections, but if your different sections were inspired by a coffee bean bag specific, that could be interesting as well. Like this with the angle there being kind of similar to the coffee filter type of thing, and the gold and the cup in the center and so on. Like this is the type of thing that you could put in place to make it more interesting. AKA right here, you could have that kind of V shape there, and in the coffee cup in the center that says scroll. So they just like it's pouring down the middle. And then when you scroll down, maybe there is a drop of coffee that is stopping right there that you didn't see before. And then it goes onto a specific section. I'm bullshitting, but it could work. Um, but then again, like this is just me going from the branding that I'm seeing here, giving me some inspiration of things to put in place on your end. So this, probably not. The font, maybe. This one, potentially. That could be interesting. It for some reason, it's looks Dutch to me. Don't ask. I don't know why. It's probably not, but it it does. Um, it's probably just the colors. Uh, But there is like a lot of thing that you could take into inspiration. Like that font could be interesting. That color, that cream color, which you kind of have already, could be interesting as well, and so on. So again, for inspiration, this is pretty good. There's a lot of things in there that are really nice. You are going currently with a font that is similar to this, which is fine, but it is also very much associated with AI right now, and therefore that might not be exactly the thing that you want to have front and center. It doesn't really matter, but small ideas. So in there, I see things that are very much aligned with what Denny's doing right now in the portfolio, and other options for other things, very trade coffee related for me. So that's a good inspiration. Nonetheless, this is cool. I like the gradient that you have here with the top foam and kind of iced coffee in the bottom. Top foam is going to be a bit too strong for me right here, so I would make it more brown than white. But also, if you make it more brown, you end up with readability issues. So I get it. One of the main points, going back to what I said earlier, which is related to text, I see more than 2 lines of text. I'm probably not reading it. So if you put something that is important, ensure that it's like 2 to 3 lines tops. If you can make it shorter, make it shorter, because otherwise I will probably never read the thing. So that's interesting. The other thing that I'm seeing, and it's a bit of a dual double-edged sword thingy right now. The web page itself looks very corporate and startup-y. And therefore, I don't know if it's good, but also the game in question is a bit corporate and startup-y in the sense that you have your own coffee shop and you need to make profit and so on, which makes sense, but it's a game. So there is a bit of a duality for me in there where it's like, because I know I get it. but someone that doesn't know might see this as oh, that's just a SaaS. That's just a startup. That's not a game. That's just a startup. So I don't know. It might need some teeny tiny adjustments here and there. Um, and then I'm gonna try to do that here to see if it works. I don't think so, but we never know. So you have your H1 with your span, and it's not. I guess it's just the H1 size. That's too big. Yeah, you have your font size as 132. Let me see if I do. No. Okay, so that's not the case. That's not the case. I'm trying to see if I can put ink in there. I mean, I'm almost certain I can, but it just breaks. So it's a width situation where that needs to be a bit wider by not much, for me to make it work. To get it into one line. That's the thing. Nonetheless, if I just give you that probably here. Why is break not breaking as intended? Hmm. Hmm. It is. It's that. Yeah, that would probably fit. I would say you should probably have enough space now at 780, but also maybe not. I don't care. If I can't figure it out, it's fine. Also the fact that I can't break fonts like right here. I need this to go with a break, but I do I need the closing tag for the BL thing? Is that what I need? No. 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 Yeah, but break goes into break writing. Even when there is no ending. Um, ah, how do I do that? Like that. Got that in. Yeah. I usually don't know about that. Um, and I'm gonna do that. This is kind of weird in one line, right? It feels kind of off in a way. Um, And then the other one that I had in mind was right here. I would probably make sure to have um, that here be the same. So that goes into the next line just for the sake of alignment and not having just one word here. But yeah. Um, also. Um, yeah, I don't know if the putting the game into a mockup would help in any way, mainly because it is um don't ask. This is the only thing that comes in my head. Um do they have a website? I don't think they have. I don't think this is their official website, but if it is, I don't see a computer screen. I don't see a phone. I don't see anything. I see the immersion of the game. Obviously, this is not like the thing, but if I go on to, um, I know that the Valorant website, uh, that doesn't really show me me using the game in on my phone or me using the game on my computer. Like I'm seeing the game. I'm not seeing a mock-up of. So that it makes more sense. So I mean, it doesn't make sense for me to just show you a PC right there. No benefits. So having the game in the background here is good enough, I think. And again, as we mentioned, the screenshots themselves are not good or not the finished product. And the thing that we will have here also like will probably just evolve with time and be changed in the future. But for now, like that's what we have, and we need to work with that. That's a teeny tiny change. Um, Nonetheless, yeah, that's that's the thing that I do agree with, having like a bit more of the game at the top, maybe having the thing that I said earlier with if you create one of these similar things, right, for label for coffee, and you slap it on top at on the hero section, then that might be exactly what you need. Like for example, if I go, I don't know if I can do that. I'm just lazy right now. That's the reason. Um, you know what? Go there. Cool. So if I go with um, hot drink ink right there, and then open one coffee, you said the price, big the blend, hire the baristas. Again, intent is kind of missing around here. Um, I do like this. This is a fun headline. So I'm guessing that if we reuse it right there, it could be something that works. If this is like a multi multi-platform thing, you could have your 4 tags as tags. Oh my God, sorry, I see that the PC is showing Valorant right now, as if I'm currently talking about it. That's not the case. Let's do 6 for now, and just for the sake of, Windows, Mac OS, that's interesting. iOS, Android as options, and then I don't know how much you want to make it paid and or free, but you know, why not? Um, and so if you take this and you slap it on the top, maybe that can go away. Maybe that can be something else. Like if I just remove that for simplicity's sake, and that as well. These two things, if you have like 2 sections or 3 sections, 3 features that make sense to you that you can just highlight here, that could be interesting. Let me get that instead. I don't know. This is probably going to be a bit of a odd thing to do because there is a lot of content. That landing page is it's kind of massive. I'm not going to lie. Also, the compactness is not great. But if I do this instead, God damn it. Very common. But if that's your transition and you get like the hero to be kind of shorter and you have the transition between the two things and you have a bit of the pattern underneath, maybe it could work. Maybe that works. Maybe that's interesting. There is so many sub-level here. That's crazy. Let me remove that to nothing. God, let me. I'm going to do that. Like if that's your hero section, by design, I understand. Like, okay, this is a coffee related thing. Like that makes sense. Obviously, the fonts are shit and the content here is shit, but it could render the thing like a bit more obvious that, oh yeah, this is a coffee related game because I see the game in full screen. I see the thing slapped on. Maybe if you have an animation in there with stickers, because everyone is doing fucking stickers nowadays, maybe that could work. But it doesn't cost you much, and it shouldn't take you too long to figure out exactly what style you want to go for. But that could work. As always, Pinterest is going to be the best resource for this, where you just have coffee branding is I forgot to fucking eat. Just that alone is going to give you so much variations and variety of design that most of them lately are going to have like a bit of a mascot and a bit of a rounded face. That's just like how it is right now. But if you dig a little, you will find things that are like a bit more interesting. Label branding, for example, and then obviously design at the end is an option. But finding shit like this Like that's basically what I'm aiming for with that header section, because I have the stickers that goes on top that is just like slapped on it, and it's not necessarily straight on. It's still gonna be there, but it's not straight on. And you have the badge right there, which is pretty cool. This is very interesting and very similar to the one that we have used as reference for the one that we have made with PG. So that's also also a thing that you can do. The only thing that I would highly recommend you to not do is to use um, the same thing all the time, right? Um, if you figure out like that card is good and you like it, and then you reuse that thing all over the place, this is not gonna work. This is gonna be too much. But if you have things like in the hero section, you're using the full width things, and in the feature section or on top of an image, you just have like this the small version, like that makes sense. For example, that at the top is inspired by all of the coffee and other blend of things that I put in place in other designs and stuff. Like that's inspired by coffee. Same ID, basically. Same system. It's one of these things that I have just duplicated and put in place to figure out exactly how it works. But you could get something that is more coffee, organic, paper things, so that people are just like, oh yeah, cool, I get it. And it doesn't mean or needs to be like the classical thing. It just needs to have the vibe that goes with it. So sorry, vercel.vercel.app is a crazy URL. I don't know how you find that, but you found it out. Like for example, here you have everything that you need for your header, subtitles, descriptions, and then potentially you add the tags underneath with the devices, and then the price if you have a price. Um, it's fun stuff. It's easy to implement, and you can 100% just send that image to Claude and say we're trying to replicate something similar or have our hero to be kind of similar. It could work. It could be everything that you need. So yeah, nonetheless, this is interesting. I I think Don, work on it. How are you? um, I made this. I I should just go there. It would work as well. Um, I made this thermal printer thing. So if you type in chat, for example, it will pop in. But then I have the ability to change things. And for example, if the light theme is what we wanted to have, because we really want like a printer things, it's gonna show as a printer thing right there. And yeah, it's pretty it's pretty simple. We like it. We like it. I think I made the font a bit bigger because of how it's supposed to be rendered, but yeah, that's basically it. Back to this. I like these sections. I like the texture. I like the fabric texture that you have used. It reminds me of the iOS 4. Um, like I think folders is the one in question. Yeah, like it reminds me of some of these textures that we had within folders, and you know, it was just a fun thing that you could do. So that's interesting. it's a very common patterns for me. So, you know, I recognize it. The thing that I'm not sure about is that I know this fabric as jean, so kind of more blue than brown. And having it being brown, it blends in with the content. And therefore, it might not be the best option, but it's fine. Um, I think the other thing from what we have talked about before, what makes a website code generated like, or how it looks as a code generated thing, is the density of information and the amount of content per square centimeters um, on the page. Like there is a lot of information, and I'm almost certain that in the first run, you probably ended up with half of this space being squished down to kind of showcase the beginning of the rest, like kind of squishing everything together. And it's not that it's bad, it's just that it's not necessarily what we expect. It is your turn, but it is true. It is true. It is too much in places where it doesn't need to be that much. So again, going back to the Valorant websites and all of the other things, um, basically there are stuff that you kind of want to put in place that are similar to existing games landing pages, if that exists. I thought you were out, Stony. Um, I guess you are commuting. But yeah, like 5 rungs and each one deletes the last one's friction is a very LLM sentence. um, that as someone that is not from that universe, I uh, I I don't know what that means. I mean, I do understand because I've read the rest, but like if I were someone that was looking for a game and this is popping up, I don't know if I would understand. Um, if you just had something that said the delegation ladder and that's it, I feel like that would have been good. So, if I just do that, and for me, obviously, these eyebrows are good, but also bad, so I would remove that. And then if you have, obviously, this shit is wrong. Um, there's a tutorial track. It's an unlocked graph. You climb it by choosing two, and every rung you buy is a category. This is bad. Either it's a wrong translation or something is wheeled. What? Um, maybe something like this. Maybe something like this. Maybe pushing that down a bit. And then going back to what you had a second ago, maybe doing one of these just for the sake of having gradient. Not necessarily good, but which technically should be the opposite. That should be flipped. This is darker at the bottom. But this might read cleaner. It might read less information. It might make sense. I don't know if that subtitle makes any sense, but that's basically the thing that I would aim for. If I go here, for example, and I just look at some of the outputs that you currently have, um, these two make sense. That doesn't. If I do this, however, it might work. And then I'm gonna cut the text to the length, not to the content. So I don't know what it's gonna say. I mean, I know it's not gonna say thing that's gonna work, but just for the sake of the presentation, I feel like 2 lines would be good enough for most of these contents. Maybe 3 at times, but like most of the times I would aim for 2. And just for simplicity, that the thing that deletes is still, it's an interesting pattern, it's an interesting thing, but I feel like this is very much uh, a business ladder, not a game mechanics. It is a game mechanics, of course, but like in the presentation, it doesn't feel like something that I would care about, first of all, but also if it's a staircase, if I'm climbing the stairs, if I'm going up in importance in the business in question, right now the steps are going down. You can't really do anything else because you are scrolling down. You can change the scroll position or the scroll orientation to go from vertical to horizontal at some point, which would potentially showcase the stairs going up and then go back down. But physically speaking, when I'm scrolling down here, I'm gonna have to go down the steps instead of go up the steps. Yeah, like again, brain be like, are you sure about that? So that might be a thing that you change at some point. I don't know. I'm cutting when I see something that makes sense to be cut, but also not necessarily the best of options. Basically, removing most of the text kind of helps with readability here. This feels empty, and I don't like it. Um, but it kind of reads better. That's fine. This is a re-explanation of what I just saw, so this is absolutely useless from my point of view, because I should have understood from this. This is a very startup-y rendering, so it's fine. I see. I see. I see. Um, so again, these not bad, just overused. They are called eyebrows, and having an eyebrow on everything is just like a waste um, of space. It's not a lot of space, but it's a waste of space. So I usually remove them. They are also a very template thing. The reason why, by the way, education, the reason why we have eyebrows on anything and everything is because most of the templates that we sold in the past, we had to have a descriptor. So we added eyebrows on the section because in a WordPress template, you had the block and the eyebrow was just there to tell you what block it was. And when you scrape the entire thing, all of the sections have an eyebrow, and therefore the LLMs are like, oh yeah, there is eyebrow on every section on every website ever, because that makes sense. So that's is the type of thing that doesn't necessarily make sense to keep. But for example, questions is a good thing, and I would keep it. The obvious ones is a bit of a weird thing, but why not? Nonetheless, um, so keeping that, moving these, changing some of that. I would have loved to have like the font that is here, but I don't have anything in there. Um, and you did. Why is that not working? Cool, that's working. You did an outline instead, which is good. And then you end up with 5, which means that it would benefit to have a 6, or to make one of them more important than the other 4. Nonetheless, that section is really business, and I don't like it because there is a lot of cards, and cards are not necessarily welcome for the things in question. Again, it's a game, so you want to have like a bit of a game mechanics presentation. The fact that you have this one at the bottom makes me think that if you removed it, it wouldn't necessarily hurt design-wise. It would probably hurt in terms of content and what's in there, but you know, small details, small stuff. Um, Going back to the label, coffee label things, this is not the place. This is not, if you want to keep that rendering, this is not the place for the coffee label, even though it looks like cards. This is going to be, if you have like coffee label on top of coffee label and so on, it will be overwhelming and too much. Whereas if it's just like you have one here and then you have another one there, for example, like starting and ending back of the bag label, for example, and then front of the bag label, that could work. Um, but yeah, I again the for me the goal is to get the vibe of coffee in the visual elements that are going to be on the website. So shit like this is really cool, but I don't think it matched the vibes of the game. Still gonna keep it because it's really nice, and it looks really cool on the bottles themselves. Nonetheless, it doesn't match what you are trying to achieve. Shit like this might be better. Will probably be a lot more complicated to achieve if that exactly the type of thing that you wanted to have. But again, like that's what I'm copying from the coffee thing. A lot of branding and labels are including some of these labels, markings, and so on, that I think are a great resource and a great base for what you have because coffee related. But I don't know if I put that in branding or if I put that in packaging. That's the question. I'm guessing it's probably going to be in branding. Um, I have a ton that are saved in here that I think are good. In my latest addition of things that I'm thinking about putting in place, I'm introducing some tickets, like shit like this. So we'll see if that comes up at some point. I don't think so, because I don't like what I've made so far, but I have made something. Um, but in here, like this is mostly branding stuff, and therefore it doesn't really match with your coffee vibe. But if you get like coffee beans, branding inspiration, or something else, I don't know exactly what would make sense on here. Um, you'd probably get something that are similar to this. I love this one. It's the same, but like the image in the background helps. But this might be a bit too brand new. This is a bit closer to what I had in mind. I love this for the handwritten things. Obviously, I have my own app that contains that. This one is really good for the placement and the presentation. They have other things right there which are also interesting. You know, that's fun. That's a fun. That's a fun option. Um, which again could also inspire you within the UI of the game. Uh, these labels, these things are very simple elements because their goal is to be reusable as much as possible and not be as unique as they need to be. So we just want the name of the thing and then the action in question or the thing that has been taken. So that's like this one is a bit more complex. It has images and things in the background that might be conflicting with a different type. Um, what could work. Um, like I'm sure that this um, is interesting. It isn't necessarily like 100% the vibe of the game, but could be implemented based on what I've seen of the game so far. Like these are things that could work. So nonetheless, highly recommend you to take a look at the coffee branding that exists. Um, like if you just do coffee branding design, you will have everything, which as implied, you will have a lot of these new mascots and other characters that are not necessarily good for what I think your current vibe is. I do think that there is um Pixel Coffee. I just don't remember it. But um because your visuals in the game are going to be Habbo, pixel art, kind of skewed, fake 3D. It is 3D, but like fake 3D angles. You know, like if you remember, if you're old enough, some of these games that were like isometric and so on, um, kind of same idea. You want the the environment to keep that. Nonetheless, doesn't change shit. In what I'm about to say, something that we have seen when we were working on the Orca for the logo and some of the font that we have checked out, I guess, um, could like you could go full on gothic slash pixel on the branding on the fonts that would stand out like a lot. But then again, it is very much something that is like current. So it might just be a right now I have that and it makes sense. Maybe it's not. I don't know. That depends on you as always. Like it's the vibe of the game that you want to have. We talked about it. We talked about mech before and we have showcased some of their I should just get into their fucking website. It would be better. Um, we've talked about like that, the fonts that are in there, the presentations. It could be something that you take as inspiration as well, because the rest of the website and the rest of the game is gonna have kind of that vibe of pixelated but not pixelated thing, and we kind of see it here. Like it's 3D, but it's not It's not something, I mean, it is, but it's not something that I'm expecting to navigate through. So that's goddamn. I saw I've got mail as well. Um, like it is still kind of flat, but there is a pixelated vibe to it. So I could see that kind of design choices to get like a pixelated fonts for the branding itself just to stand out. Um, but if this is the view of everything and you don't necessarily just see the building bigger, like it doesn't zoom in on the building, or maybe it does when you are clicking on the location. I don't know. Um, mm, but nonetheless, yes. Yeah, that feels better as a hero section tagline thing. And you can keep the period at the end if you want to. um, yeah. So you'd be able to see like the details, but not necessarily. I don't think I'm gonna be able to zoom into that level, right? Like I feel like I'm probably gonna be able to go from here to here, maybe, or maybe there. Like maybe that's the max zoom that I have because I can zoom in on thing. Um, so yeah, not full details, which means, by the way, that you can reduce the details a lot for performance sake. I mean, it's fun to build, but in order to not have too much, then simplifying makes sense. Makes sense. Nonetheless, typography could change. I don't know if we have one that makes sense. This is too much. This is very much Jump King kind of vibe, at least for me, which I don't think would work for you. I think it's fun. I think the game UI itself is probably aligned with what I have in my head right now with the pixelated. Um, ah, 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 ah. Sorry. Um, what you know. Um, the thing that I'm trying to figure out right now is, do I know of a game that I can play on my phone that has a website? Yeah, that's not. um, this is not going to be an option. Have a good shower. I don't think. Also, I don't. Yeah, I don't think a lot of games have a dedicated website. They mostly have a dedicated Steam page, not um not a website, at least not from what I can tell right here. Um, this one does have an Instagram, but that's like a different thing. And it's not exactly the same thing, but you know, uh, yeah, I know. I'm trying to see if um, we have like references and other similar alternative games things that I can get like inspiration from in terms of implementation of their own website. The other thing, and I know that you are taking a shower, so don't, you know, don't worry about it. I'm gonna repeat myself later. Um, but I still feel like there is a lot of content in there that I would probably just remove. Going back to the gas face, we're calling it. Going back to the Valorant one, I think Coffee Inc. Um, is good, but I don't see their website. Like I see this, but I don't see them having a website of some sort. Was supposed to do, but yeah, uh, that happens. Like if Side Labs is the hub and that's the site, that's it. Like I have, god damn, congrats on landing. Rig it, so I might not make it again. Like here, I have all of the content that I need to know about the game, and that's it. And then, am I making it? No, I'm missing the target. Yeah. And then here I have a lot, a lot of sections, a lot of things. I feel like it's too much. Um, Congrats on landing as well. Not centered enough, but congrats on landing. Uh, so yeah, like that's the I think for me that's the main point. Uh, where content wise there is a bit too much and it could be simplified. The fact that this is the currently in development phase landing page is a good thing because that proves that there is something going on, that the devs are working on it, that there will be some updates soon. The usual thing, but it's also a bit much. I feel like if you had not the ladder, like this hero section, and then screens, maybe this, and then the status, I feel like that might be enough. The reason why I'm not really happy with what I just said is because I like this section. I feel like it's the cleanest so far. The font use right there is good for the numbers themselves, but not for the text. So small changes necessary. Um, and then we need to have a talk about this. I hope this is never a thing. I hope I never have to see the edge of the map. And if I do, I hope you make it an island instead with like uh, non-square edges. That would make so much more sense. Because if I'm playing here and I see this, bleh, bleh, I don't think this is good. I don't think this is good. Oh, but nice. I don't know how. Going back to what you said earlier of having like a mock-up of the app slash the game, they are doing it here because I think they are only available on the phone, and Fields is going to be available on everything. So, not necessarily the best of options um, to showcase, at least. Not from my point of view. I would not necessarily do that. Um, but these make sense. Would this exist? I doubt it. I doubt it. Also, Denny, what is the Nike thing? You said you need to see this. What do I need to see here? I don't know what I need to see here. Gotta wait for them to come back. Um, and then on the Orca things, how shiny it is on the shorts. Yeah, yeah. I I see. I see. Chifazo, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, I would not. I am not gonna lie. I would not get that ever. I mean, I'm not really a shorts kind of person. God damn, everyone is landing today. That's why. That is why. It's that's not supposed to happen. Uh, the only shorts that I have are old now, and they are too tight. So you and I landed. I won. I am closer. I did rig it. Yes. Why are people thinking about moving to France? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's not a thing that you should do. Yeah, I do. I do. I do. Because we have these things. Like, for example, I don't think I can show you that, and I don't think I can show you that on the web either, because I don't know exactly how I can find it. But the Italian brand that I have um, is, which is an Italian Japanese brand of pants, which cost way too much, but don't worry about it. The green pants that I wear most of the times are very slim, like they are a breathable fabric that makes sense. And I'm not saying that it is like similar to that fabric, but it's kind of the same vibe, I guess. It's not perforated for sure, but it's a nice fabric. It's fine. It's not like the heaviest of shit. So in summer when I'm wearing this, it's fine. Like it's not hot. whatsoever. And then the other thing is um, we use that. And Uniqlo in general, when it comes to like pants and other thing, they have the specific section, which is the Aerism option. And the Aerism is basically the most breathable off fabric that they have with the most amount of content and the most amount of like, not content, but the most amount of like breathability. So it's light, it doesn't bother, and it's fine. And basically the pens that I have are basically similar to this. But yeah. Um it's a regular kind of yeah. Yeah, and I mean Uniqlo is rightly priced. I think uh Public is gonna be better if you want something that is a bit more interesting, but still. um most of uh most of Publix is a bit more expensive, obviously, but they have similar kind of vibe. Um, bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Uh, in the summer pants that they have, like most of these things are light fabrics that are breathable, that are made to be well breathable and not too hot. This, however, is a 26,000 yen, 200 bucks, I think. So it's 10 times more expensive than Uniqlo. But the cut is more interesting, the fabric is a better quality, and you may buy one and then buy one again in 5 years. You know, like that's the type of shit that it is. Unless you change size a lot, which happens. Nonetheless, Japan being Japan and being so hot in summer, they have had to um, figure out things in fabric, and therefore, you know, we end up with like pretty good, breathable, easy to wear fabrics. Um, I know that the casual in specific, we have um, I think that's the video in question. Which, if you are interested in fashion in general, you know, take a look. But this video in question from the casual does explain how Japan fashion in general has kind of figured out exactly how to get the fabric to be right and so on, and also how culturally from the past some of the shapes fashion wise uh, basically worked better. We don't see shorts in Japan usually. Like this is really rare to see uh, like a Japanese person in shorts after a certain age. I know that the my ex's dad um, wore shorts only on very specific type of vacations, and most of the time not shorts like pants all the times because it makes more sense. Women's do wear shorts. So not soon, but yes, obviously, I'm going toward that direction, unless I'm dead before. But no. But yeah, there is like a lot of things. That fabric, for example, is the type of thing that we have seen. And going back to basically the same reasoning, Japan is a hot country, and it's a country specifically in some part of Japan that is fashion oriented. So they want to make sure that the garments and the pieces that they are creating are visually appealing. And so, with that in mind, I'm also looking at other countries that are hot and the type of fashion that they have. So, things like anything that is in Africa, for example, specifically at the top. So, Algeria and so on, like the fashion that they have and the fabric that they have used to keep cool during the day when it's just sunny and it's a desert outside, and you need to remain kind of alive, kind of. These types of fabric are interesting, so they are most of the time more wild, wild, wide fabrics that are like more flowy and so on. That's basically what I go for. So pants wise, I'm usually either on a large size or very specific type of fabric that is usually breathable-ish and helps. So yeah, no shorts. The only one that I have, again, that I don't think is going to be available here, but we can we can check, is from this brand. As always, the brand of my t-shirts is what I have. I don't have anything else. Um, and it's one of the pure cotton old rendering. I think it's one of these type. And now they are too small for me. I'm too fat now. That happens. Like the waist is way too tight. So yeah. Um, I recommend coming to France for a vacation of 3 months, but not more than that. Like I think France in general is a pretty country. Like there is a lot of things to do. There is a lot of things to see. The countryside is really nice if you are someone that likes and enjoy that. But as anyone will say, probably living here as someone that is not French is not a thing that you want to do. The only places that you would be able to live as someone that is not French is the big cities, in which case it is most of the times the worst part of the country. So if we map the things around France, uh, overall, big city like Paris, Lyon, Bordeaux are kind of the places where foreigners can be, mainly because of like language barrier is fine. Like you can speak English around here, can kind of speak English around here, same here. But that's like roughly about it. Um, and you need to speak French, like you need to be French to speak French. Like in the sense that in order for the French people to recognize you as someone that is potentially integratable, you need to speak as fluently as if you were living there since you were like -2. That's you know, the 16 years of experience in that language that came out yesterday. Yeah, that's the type of thing that they are requiring you to be or to have in order um, eh, to be good. I I agree with that statement, Denny. I think yes, but also I I know how the French are against foreigners, and it's kind of the same thing as Japan, where it's kind of complicated for someone to integrate because you never integrate anyways. But yeah, that was so close. That that was so close that even the emote landed with no pixel visible. That's wild. Don't see them. Um, so my issue with French is that they are not a welcoming type when it comes to immigrations, unless you are half French, and even then it's going to be complicated. Same thing in Japan, same thing in many countries, but there is like a ton of countries that would be better places. When it comes to the weather, um, I think the north of France is getting a lot more hot than before. We had that kind of video from last week. That is a wild thing. Um, just to give you a bit of an idea, this is between May and July. So we are going to have a bit of issues, you know, soon. Um, but if you look at the places, like around here, it's kind of fine. Around there, it's kind of fine. Like coastal is okay-ish. Not really okay, but like okay-ish. And I was born around there, um, around here. So similar, like the place that stayed was the mountains, so it makes sense. Um, this is chill. And if you are interested in like chill life, not a lot happening, good weather most of the time, is kind of hot, but that's fine. Some wind to cool you down, some good visuals and so on. Then you know, it's it's a nice it's overall a nice place. Like there's a lot of shit. It's fine. It's a great environment. It's prosperous most of the days, most of the year. It's fine. What would I willingly go back there? Nah. um, yeah, around there you are pretty good as well. It's mostly like it's mostly gray. That's what we say. It's not necessarily a sunny thing. A lot of people are saying that Paris is mostly gray. This is not the case. Most of the time, it is kind of bright and sunny. A lot of people are going around. Um, I obviously don't know where that thing is, but roughly around there, like in that section, which is coastal, and therefore it's kind of cleaner-ish, big-ish. Um, and it's fine. Like my sister used to live around here, and I apparently can't street view on that. I can't. And to me this is boring and annoying, and I don't like it because eh. eh. Um, this is roughly where I grew up, so therefore it, it's just common landscape for me. Most people still find it good, but yeah. Um, so you know, Carcassonne and Perpignan. Uh, Carcassonne is a closer to where I grew up. I grew up around here, so closer. I have a lot of friends that are living around here, and it's nice place. Perpignan is somewhere around there, right there. Yes. So yeah. Um, so again, it depends on you. And going back to what um, Denis said, which I do agree with, of if you feel good and it feels at home, then you can move there and that's fine. Um, I I really think that you should define and choose the type of person that you are before deciding the country in which you want to live. Because, for example, I know for a fact that I would be really good in Stockholm. Like, Stockholm would be really good. Anything else in Sweden? I don't know. I know that Oslo is pretty good for me. Anything else? I don't know. I'm a city person. I love to have things available around me. I love the cold, so obviously, like these two are pretty good for me. Um, Copenhagen is good as well. They have things that I'm really interested in, but I don't really have any interest in London, for example, even though London would be the potential or only potential in England for me. And so I come from a very countryside, 2,000 people, not even, I think 400 people slash maybe 1,000 people living there, kind of small village. So anything that is not that is good for me. So I love city for that reason. I moved to the city for school because I didn't want to stay with the same like 400 people. Um, I then moved here, and now I'm looking at Japan, specifically Tokyo, to move to the city because it's like more aligned with me in terms of vibes and behaviors and everything that's in there. That is me. And that's also one of the reasons why I'm not recommending France as well, because it's just like, well, France to me is just countryside for 90% of it. And there is like three places that are interesting-ish, but even where I am is still feeling not good enough compared to where I've been, and therefore not really recommending it. If you do like it, do so. It's a fine thing. It's nice. So again, if you are interested in like chill, anything in the countryside of France, which is basically France in general, is going to be good. If you are not in need of a job, you know, um, and it's some sort of a you're gonna work freelance remotely and therefore mm, eh, wherever is fine, then wherever is fine. And there is like a lot of places in France that are really really pretty in the center. A lot of people, I mean, not a lot of people are going in the center of France. Um, I don't think we have the map. What? Like I'm from around here where it's like kind of dead. And then I moved here because it was more interesting. And then I moved there because that's where people are. And right now, a lot of people are around here. So, like, I have a lot of friends that are here, family members that are around here, and so on. So, I I'd go here for if you are looking for something that is like near the sea, I'd go somewhere around here. Like Montpellier is more interesting than Marseille. Nice is fine. It's also pronounced nice if you are English, so that's nice always. Uh, but if you just want chill, center of France is just like chill. It's very very chill, and that's pretty nice. But if you want something that is a bit more uh, rainy, Lille is an option. Uh, Anything that is around here is an option as well. Lille has a lot more people. The good thing about why am I doing this? The good thing about Lille is that you are very close to Belgium. You are very close to London. You can do things very quickly. You can move from country to country without having to think about it too much. That's pretty nice. Montpellier is a nice thing. It's a nice city overall. Um, it will die, and it's getting harder. But because you have the sea and because you have the wind, it is getting kind of um, cool, cooled down at times. So overall, shit around here is pretty good. Marseille is debatable. A lot of people like it. A lot of people hate it. The type of people that are living there are very specific. It's also a lot of propaganda around it, against it, because it is the second um, like coastal close to the immigration and also competing with Paris as like capital option. So there is beef in between the two. Many reasons because they are the two opposites. Um, but yeah, this place is pretty nice. You are close to Spain. The only thing that is kind of bad is going to be temperatures prediction in the next 10 years. So if you need to move soon, um, it's kind of going to be. I would I would recommend a city first to see if you can live in an environment that is allowing some foreign people, and then go explore on vacation around there, and then potentially a year later move back here. I don't know exactly where you are located, Chifazo, right now. Um, but yeah, I do. It depends on your questions, Chris. Um, do you mean do I have experience in taking them or giving them or my thought on them? Um, yeah, Helsinki is good, but if you don't like the cold, I mean, as you said at the beginning, if you don't uh, if you can't with the cold anymore and you want something that is a bit hotter, yeah, going to going to France is an option. Uh, Again, the most important thing I think is do you need to work there? Because if you are working remotely for a company that pays you a salary that is decent, like an Helsinki salary, for example, or a Sweden salary, and so on, it might be worth it to go into a country like Portugal or Spain. The Portugal would be pretty interesting to be able to get like the euro from where you are as a remote worker and the quality of life in Portugal, but also it depends on you and how you like it. Going to France, the salary wise is kind of low, um, but it's fine, but it's kind of low. So I mean, it really depends on you. But I would highly recommend you to go into a country city first, and then go to the countryside on vacation, and then decide if you want to move to the countryside or other not bigger city. Um, so yeah, if you just want to freelance, then wherever the fuck you want is good. Also, Kane, welcome on. I said it in my head. I think it didn't came out. I hope you're good. Um, yeah. What are your thoughts on boot camps? I realize There are some things that I can't learn myself. That's true. And like understanding data and translating them into design decisions, understanding the need of users. That's a thing that you can understand on your own. Any thought on camps? I think this not needed skills in product design jobs. Yes, they are. Um, I've been to I haven't been to Biarritz, no. Or maybe I have when I was like 2 years old, so I don't remember. Um, I think I have, but yeah, no. I used to go to Montpellier, not on a regular basis, but used to go there because it was easier. Nice is the place that I used to spend time for like the seaside. Basically because we lived around here, kind of around here to be honest. Um, it's like 2 hour rides from where I lived to any of these two in Marseille as well, 2 to 3. So when we wanted to go to the sea and have like a week at sea, then we went there. Rarely Marseille. That's the thing. Um, Nice, yes. Montpellier, yes. But rarely here because internal beef.
すみません、お
Yeah.
兄ちゃん。
Other
これ
than
は
that,
シーですか？
yeah.
シー。
And then, as mentioned, my grandparents used to, they're all dead now, used to live here in La Rochelle, which is a coastal section. It is nice. People are nice and friendly. Bordeaux is a bit more busy on its own. Um, but you know, I mean, every time that I went there, and even now, I'm still bored. Like it just pissed me off because like I I don't have a car, so that reduce a lot of things. Um, I I can't do shit. Like there is nothing that I can do here on my own. Like I need to ask the people that I'm with to take me to places if I want to go places, and at the end of the day that pisses me off. Therefore I'm just staying with them, and if they do something, we do something. But other than that I don't. Whereas the the thing here is that if I just want to do something I can. Like from here I can do whatever the fuck I want. And there is no question. In Lyon, that's kind of the same thing if I'm in the center, but if I'm not, that's kind of limited. And where I used to live, there I rely on my friends' bikes. That's basically what it was. So that's my thing for selecting a place to live for me, and that's why Tokyo makes so much sense. Because where I lived, right there, I can go wherever the fuck I want in Japan. And when I was living here, for example, or technically here, the airport is right here. So I just had to take like a 20 minutes to 40 minutes train to go to the airport and then fly within Japan, land on another airport, like probably when I went to Kanazawa, we landed in the airport there. And then because Japan is like this, most of the cities are kind of connected with trains. I could just move around. And then we went from Kanazawa to a bit lower in Konga. And, like it's trains, no cars, no need. It's fine. And that's also one of the reasons why I kind of want to move there, just because of the ease of behaviors, movements, and so on. I would probably need to get like a driving license at some point, but even then, which is similar, but not necessarily the same. Hakone is a city slash very small village, um, where my ex family kind of used to have a flat or still have a flat. I don't know. We're not together anymore, so I don't know. And therefore, we went here by train. And when we reached that by train, basically what happened is we arrive at the train station, which is uh, somewhere around here, not mistaken. Um, and then from the train station in question, am I mistaken? I am mistaken. Um, I'm not finding my spots. It doesn't matter. From the train station there, we just walk a bit, and then there is a bus that is taking us all the way up to where the building is. But there is a bus, like there is a way for me to go up in the mountains and then get where it needs to be or when I need to stay. And that was like so easy, no car needed. Like the bus is available, which basically that's the train station right there, and that's the fucking long ass road, and it's nice. And then we arrived here. I think there is a cable car thing that goes up in the mountains, and then from there, um, reach the destination. So you know, it's uh, it's a nice thing. Osaka is more chill. Osaka is more chill than Tokyo. And I think if you are like a foreigner that doesn't necessarily like the foreigner view on like the Japanese view on foreigners, Tokyo and Osaka are not necessarily the best places. I think the best places for um, foreigners are the places where there is none of them. So things like where is it? In Yamada, there are things, but Iwate and so on are kind of there is not a lot of foreigners there, and therefore you're going to be integrated because you're just brand new, and it stands out. So if you don't, you know, if you don't like the hate that you can receive from Tokyo, for example, Osaka is a bit better. If you still want a city, if you want something that is more fun, Fukuoka is more fun, kind of younger in terms of population, but other thing, the thing that I'm now kind of debating is that part of Japan, that side of Japan is kind of tricky with the earthquakes and the thing that are going to happen soon. So, but also it's like the entirety of the fucking country anyways. So yeah, but in Sendai, it's interesting. But I'm still a city person, so I I believe in my potential things that will happen. I will move to Tokyo, and then after 5 to 10 years, I will probably move to another city. Like that's probably the thing that will happen. Knowing me and the type of jobs that I have, I want to visit here in the winter to see how cold it goes and how impractical it becomes. And if it is still practical and I like the temperatures, then moving to the north makes a lot more sense because Tokyo is going to be as unbearable as possible very soon. Like in the next 10 years, probably we're going to have temperatures of like 45, 47-ish on the regular basis. And around there, it's kind of better in summer. So that's also another thing. Uh, but you need to think about everything. I would say that's the most important thing, and most important is just knowing exactly what makes the most sense for you. If you are like more city, more countryside, if you need the job in place, then the city is going to be better and more open to having you. If it's just like freelancing work, then you're good. So yeah, it makes sense. Anyways, um, Fields, for I hope you took notes, or at least you have the vaults nonetheless. I think that's most of the thing that I have to say for the landing page itself. It is too corporate for now, um, and it might it might need like some adjustments. I think um, I think the last point that I had on the map needs to not be square is very important to me. I would rather never see this. Again, I think that this is just like you're currently working on it and therefore that happens. But I would rather never see an edge that is sharp. Like even here, I I would prefer personally to not have this. I know how procedurally this is easier for you to create a grid and it makes a ton of sense. But right now, you are doing um, the New York map, like the regular thing that we talked about last time, which is everything is exactly split. And then sometimes you have a bit of a diagonals, but like not really. And even on your end, you don't really have diagonals as far as I know. When I think if you went for Spain, like Madrid, has a more interesting. It still has like a very square things, but they do go into a bit more of an interesting shapes at times. But technically speaking, in terms of code, yes, this is making a lot of sense. I get it. Um, but the reason why I'm saying I would love the edge to not be flat is because when you are looking at cities and countries that are like seaside, it's it's not going to be like a line on the edge. Um, so if you had things like a bit more in way or a bit of a curve sometimes where the city can just adapt to the shape, that would be interesting. This is game mechanics and game design for later. This is not something that you need to have right now. But yeah, um, because you are trying to generate on the go, right? So nonetheless, um, other than that, these tiny thing that I said, and then the thing that I said while you were taking a shower is there is a lot of content, and I might recommend to halven the content. So keeping the header, removing that section, or at least simplifying it to be like very, very tiny. And then removing this because I feel like this is way too corporate for what it is. Keeping the screenshot potentially, and then I like this section, but it could go. And keeping that last section, I feel like this is the main content. And going back to um, the Coffee Inc. 2 things, their website, which I'm going to see if I still have. Yeah. um, their website is obviously like kind of minimal, obviously, but I think this is to the point and that's enough. Where I know what it does, I know what it looks like. I have some quotes, I have some previews of what the game is going to look like very, very fast. And that's it. Like, I don't have anything else. It's just what is the thing, what does it look like, and that's it. Whereas you, right now, I'd say, like, I'd be done already on the other side. So it's it's a lot, and I don't think it makes sense. There is a thing that we say, which is mostly associated with sales, and it's different, and I know it's not necessarily what we want to like what is related to the content that we're talking about right now. But if I say uh, my prices are $1,000 because I'm justifying myself, and it feels here, it basically feels like you're justifying yourself in presenting the game. You're just like, I'm building this game and it has all of these things in it and it has all that and this is so good and we have all of these features and it's like, yeah, but you are justifying me clicking on the download button when I made up my mind here. Like that's I opened the thing and I said, oh yeah, cool. That's up my alley. Let me just download it. So that's the I would say that's the thing. The amount of content that you have in there is probably just justifying the fact that you are building the game, when in reality you would benefit from just saying this is the game. Um, like like that's the game, and the game does this, but that's the game. Not that's the game, and it has all of this and it has all of that, and we can do all of this and there. That like it's a bit of a oversimplified of what I'm saying, but like it feels like it's that's interesting. Nonetheless, the other thing that is important and interesting potential is that currently, that I said that while you are taking a shower, technically right now you are in development modes, which is really good because you could have a lot of content on the website as a log of progress with actual timestamps, actual like milestones and so on that you are presenting and explaining. In which case, I don't mind the content because I see progress. And therefore, as someone that might be interested in the game, I will be like, cool, I can't wait for them to reach the next phase because I want to play the game because there is something about it that is interesting. And it's again, it's all marketing and presentation of what you are creating. But um, yeah, to me, it needs to be much bigger than this. Like that section, for example, could have been your timeline. Like you started here, and then you grew the game, and you grew the game, and you grew the game, and so on. And that could uh, be interesting. Um, so yeah, map title is good. Yes, I use another thing, but map title is another of the options. Um, I mean, I use Mapbox for most of my shit because it's easier, and the free tier basically give you just the tile that you're looking for. But yeah, it's very similar. It might be using Mapbox in the background based on the tiles themselves, but yeah. So yeah, maybe don't overdo it. Otherwise, it's fine. Content is pretty good. It just syntax needs to be rephrased to something that is making sense. Highly recommend you take inspiration from coffee, as I mentioned earlier, and potentially get the ADHD/caveman skills and apply said skills to the content. Um, Lastly, the thing that I shared last Monday, before you go, um, the Otter and Kage might be the two open source shit that you can use. So Otter is a website skill to build with a film, like movie art direction in mind. It's not it's not necessarily true, but it has some interesting shit in there that, you know, could it still look very AI generated because it is, but there might be some things in there to extract some more creative layouts. That's the first one. And then Kage is um, basically the same concept, but I think it could work for you a bit more or a bit better because it is a 3JS 3D rendering engine that you can use to trigger activities, god damn it, activities uh, on your scroll. So right here, for example, you could have like the map that you have, which is already a 3D rendering thing, and then on scroll, you have some things happen and you have like a bit of a storytelling and whatever. It's that presentation is kind of shit. Not gonna lie. Meng did a very bad job on this one, but in terms of technology and presentation, it is a good thing and it works. And for someone that is building something that is a 3D rendering or 3D rendered game that has buildings and so on, you could 100% create something that is just interactive in the same way and play with that in the landing page while you scroll. Like nothing stops you. I mean, other than skill and time from being here with the city in the background being a 3D rendering, but it doesn't look like it. And then when you start scrolling, it's just like zoom into the city and you end up in the like in the street. You go in while you're scrolling. I don't know. I'm making shit up. And then you land on location number one, which is like one coffee shop that you are creating. And then when you keep scrolling, you can see the content of the inside, which will never happen. So when you keep scrolling, you have like the UI of the game that pops on the screen. It just shows you in that coffee shop we have that thing that is in, and we have that thing that is going on, and you know, whatever. But that would be a more immersive, potentially better thing from my point of view than this corporate CSS SAS thing. Except that section. I like that section, but that's a me thing. But it's fine. But as Tony said, it's very code based and eh, eh, it's fine. But yeah, some details to be more like coffee inspired. I think that's the main point, nonetheless. Chris, to answer your question, my take on boot camps in general is that they are, for me, that's a me thing, a waste of time. For most people, they are pretty good. Boot camps are useful because you get most of the information in a very small amount of time. But if you already have a lot of skills, it is not as beneficial to you because let's say you have a boot camp that is like a 30 hours boot camps. That's not much, but like whatever. Um, in these 30 hours for myself, there might be like 1 hour in total that is interesting because it's like new way of thinking or new tools or new thing or old thing that I didn't think about using. And paying like the price for the 30 hours just for that 1 hour of interesting content spread across 2.5 months is a waste of my money and a waste of my time. Whereas for someone that doesn't have the skills yet and wants to learn the skills specifically, it's 30 hours of good content. And maybe they are like 1 hour of thing that you already knew. And that's the opposite of what I have on the design boot camps most of the times. If you have like a marketing boot camps, like that's something that I would take. I would take a sales boot camp if I could just figure out how to force my brain to figure out how to sell things. I can't do that. So that's a boot camp that I would take. I don't know how much I would pay for it, but I would probably take it. Nonetheless, boot camps exist and they are available on YouTube for free most of the times. And I think this is the starting space for finding things. I've tried Udemy and Skillshare and I don't like them mainly because it's just um I don't know, the format just doesn't work with me. I basically need a one-on-one boot camp type of thing. Or I need a live boot camp. I need to be able to ask question, interact with the other participants, try to explain something that someone else has said, because that's how I learn. Like I learn by reteaching my learnings. So if I can explain things, then it makes sense. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good time at work, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Let me see the upgrades and the changes on the landing page. I want to see that. But yeah, take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Um, so bootcamp overall are pretty interesting. It's just like the one that we are talking about, like Memorizely, for example. If I can fucking type the thing, I can't. Um, it is at 4:20 every day, twice a day. It's 4:20. That's what it is. That is what it is. Um, so oh, I hate this. Sorry. I just saw that. I hate this. Um, ugh. Oh, ugh. So that person specifically was specific on design boot camps in the beginning, and now they are an AI boot camps. So they are basically a boot camp type of person, and they know how to sell shit and market it. And it shows the amount of shit design that we see here is crazy. That's wild. I'm so sad. um, Nonetheless, these are live boot camps with small cohorts, and therefore getting some sort of a more engaging audience is more interesting to me. That's the thing. Going back to your question from earlier of um, what's the biggest learning from a product design bootcamp that you got out? I had not most of the time the pro design bootcamp that I have been in are the one that I have given, and therefore the learnings were learnings on how to teach and learnings on some of the other behaviors that some of the people that were in the bootcamp were doing that I didn't know about. So, for example, I had in 2014, 15. I did one, I gave one specifically on Sketch because I was learning Sketch at the time. And again, as I mentioned, like the way that I learn things is by teaching what I've learned to someone else. So I was learning Sketch, I learned really fast. And then by the end of 2015, I kind of started giving help or what I'm doing on stream, but like helping other designers understand how Sketch work, just because I learned at the time so much faster than others, and I picked up some things that they had not. And in that bootcamp that I did, one of the person was saying, I'm trying to do this in Sketch, but I'm used to do this in Photoshop, and my brain couldn't compute exactly what they were doing because it was just like, this is not a common way of doing said thing. And that kind of rewired my brain in saying, okay, cool, so another person can do this, which is a behavior that I don't know. Let me see if we can recreate something similar within Sketch to see if it works and if we can like transfer the learnings and transfer the behavior from one tool to the other. And we did, and it worked, it was good. And after that, like they probably used that technique after and then moved to Figma, and I gave Figma bootcamps as well. Nonetheless, that's probably the biggest learning of trying to figure out how to translate from one tool to another, and finding exactly what makes sense in, or from a user point of view. So yeah, that's I guess that's the biggest learning. But yeah, nonetheless, overall, boot camps are good. They are like sometimes expensive. If you are looking at Udemy and Skillshare, I mean, Udemy specifically, they have discounts on a daily basis. So if one day the thing is too expensive and they don't have a discount on, you come back the next week and there is like a, oh, it's $20 today, instead of 400. So that's the thing that can happen that you can, just take a look at. But then again, YouTube is filled with free content. So highly potential. Yeah. Can you explain a bit more about the teaching things? How would you teach cursor to another designer? Well, teaching cursor to another designer is very simple in the sense that cursor is your junior designer that you need to manage, and they happen to know how to code. That's it. So they are a remote worker that you communicate with by chat, and they happen to know how to code, but you need to manage them the way that you would manage like a junior designer. So you ask for things that are design related, and then it kind of works. So that's like how I would introduce a new designer to Cursor if they have never used anything, because that's the best path forwards. And then the more you do so, the more senior your designer becomes, and the more code you figure that they can do. And in about a week, you would be able to ask things that are like a bit more complex, and probably also talk in a more C-suite executive, like what is this feature is going to do? What's the goal? What are the findings that we have had? Can we do some research on this thing? Type of actions that the junior slash person that you are managing is supposed to do. And that's basically it. So most of the AI coding tools right now, I'm taking them as people that I manage. And that's it. So that's to me, that is the easiest thing. It's more the thing that you talked about earlier in your first message on you need to learn how to figure out the user needs. You need to learn how to, um, again, going back to what I said, like sell something or market something, and get the skill of figuring out. That is something that isn't necessarily going to be available within one of these tools, but still requires you to ask the exact same questions and to behave in the exact same way. So if you are currently looking at, I want to figure out how to figure out the user needs or the market landscape or anything else, you probably already have the answers in your head. You just don't know how to formulate them in a way that would make sense to you just yet. So user needs is, to me, very simple, but it's also like the widest range of things, in the sense that it's, I know I want to go into that landscape, and I know that I want to have a good Scrum. I know that I want to build a tool that is adapted to that landscape, but I don't know what it needs to be. The question is very simple: is in that landscape, what are people doing? Like, what are the users of that landscape doing? And then, what are their pain points? So, I'm gonna say something really bad, but it's gonna make sense. I'm gonna use McDonald's as an example from a long time ago. Um, you read the Scum? Scum is fine as well. Yeah, it's the same thing. um, McDonald's a long time ago didn't have a lot of shops, and then it blew up, and then it worked, and they had like they had a lot more demands than before, and the people at the front desk slash cashier uh, and so on were taking longer because there was so much demand and so much flow of people coming to the shops. So they figured that the pain point was to hire more people, more salespeople in front so that they can take a lot more orders, but then they need to improve the kitchen so that they can release and create the food based on the amount of orders that they have. That's the same thing. And then, as capitalistic as they could be, they say, how can we make sure that we are making as much as money as possible? And that's a user need from the business point of view. And they said, well, we can cut on uh, some of the people in front because they cost us the most because they are customer facing. And if we remove 3 of them out of the 6, it means that the 3 that are left are going to do twice as much work. But we could find a way to automate that by having a screen where people could just tap on to send the order directly to the kitchen. And they introduced the boards, the screens and the kiosk things that they now have in the stores. The user need was business related of we need to squeeze as much money as possible from this business while remaining as cheap as possible from the consumer. And in order to do so, in order to not bump up the prices too much, we have to cut our cost internally, aka removing some of the front cashier and then putting some screens instead, like replacing them with robots, basically. So that's a very business related system and way of thinking, and it worked and it made sense. When it comes to the user that are like the consumer, what are their needs, or what are their user needs, and how do we define that? Usually we figure that out by looking at the complaints and or asking them. And I know asking them is not necessarily the easiest of things, but it is the easiest of things. It's just like, what would you like to see improved? What is missing in that landscape? What in this app is not working? What would you think would be a better experience for you specifically? And then you quantify. So going back to the second thing that you had on getting data and creating some design outputs and or taking decision based on the data. If you do, I'm going to say something that is really bad. If you do 5 user interviews, and in the 5 users interviews, um, 3 of them are giving you a very specific answer that is kind of correlated or similar, and it's these 3 are aligned, and the other 2 are kind of not in the same realm, but kind of they say something similar, but it's not the same thing. You could take a decision on the 3 and say, if we fix this, at least we have these people that would be happy with the product change. And that's one way to do things. 5 people is not enough. When we were thinking about the project for the startup that I was working on before, it wasn't like, oh yeah, 3 people told us that the thing that we're building is not good and they would prefer this instead. It's we have contacted like roughly 1,000 people a month for 5 months in a row, and we've made I think 120 or 150. I forgot exactly how much it was, but a lot, 100 plus user calls and potential user interviews of we are trying to rethink that landscape. We are currently in a very small portion of that landscape, but we don't know what other pain points there is because we are not like in the trenches working in the landscape. We're just automating the landscape and or creating products for the landscape, so we don't have all of the reasons or of the information and so on. So we asked all of these people and we said, can you tell us what is not going good? And they did. And then from these data points, we were like, of course, the direction that we need to take is this. Because out of the 100 plus user reviews that we've had and feedbacks and calls and so on, they are kind of converging into a similar thing. So the data is pointing toward this. And then when we did that pivot, first pivot, that was pretty useful. It turned out that the new customers that we got from that pivot was like, this is good, but, and that is the most important part, this is not what we need. And we pivoted again by doing another 100 calls and more research and cross referencing with the previous data and saying, well, from the previous data that sent us in that direction, the thing that we are now discovering was also an underlying point that we didn't put in place or put up because it didn't seem like something that was making a lot of sense at the time. Now it does. So we are pivoting again onto that second thing. That is user data or data driven user needs. And that's basically how you do. You just ask question to the right people. Figuring out what to ask, how to ask it, the format and so on, that is a skill that you can learn 100% in a bootcamp. But then again, you will probably get like a product design bootcamp or um, yeah, I think the product design bootcamp is going to be the best option in which uh, basically doing interviews and user research and calls and so on is probably going to be 3 days out of the entirety of the boot camps. And that's why most of the time I'm like, this is not necessary. So that's when YouTube comes in because YouTube is free. And, you know, conducting user interviews, um, analyzing user interviews data. It's probably a title on a YouTube video. Um, and so on. And that's the type of thing that you can learn without having to go through bootcamp. So could recommend that. I will still take a look at your product design bootcamp that is right here. And put that in English. Get product design job in 4 months. I don't trust it. Learn how to design user-centric product from the research phase to the finished UI. User research, wireframing, prototyping, and design system. Plus the latest AI tools for your everyday design work. So this is an entry-level design, like product designer job. If you take this from the headline, I didn't scroll yet. I will, but I didn't. From the headline, this is a entry-level product design job. So you would get a product design job in 4 months, but you would be paid like an intern. It's not necessarily good. But if it's free, if you can get it for free, get it for free. And yeah, starting junior product designer is like 45K to 65K. I don't know where these numbers are, but like this is not the same in France. I'm gonna tell you that. Secure job, condition certification. Yeah. Yeah. Um, From the coaches, yeah. To be honest, I don't know any of these four people. I have never seen their face, nor their name, so I don't know. um, but yeah. To be honest, I'm gonna take Denny as an example because um I think that's my best success story from me to someone that didn't know shit. uh Denny came in one day with no information about design, no real interest. I mean, kind of some interest about it, but not really, and didn't really, you know, uh, know much, and stayed on stream for a bit. And in about 2.5 months, 3 months, I got one of the first freelance jobs, followed by the second, followed by the third, followed by being hired by a company that is in Canada instead of being in Italy, moving there. Uh, just again, not just because I was teaching, but kind of because I was teaching the thing that makes sense. So you can reach a level of proficiency that is really good in 4 months or less if you have the right teachers. The thing that I have some issues with most of the times is that if I have, I'm going to use Jason as an example uh, because it's important. Um, uh, if I can, oh my god, I can't. Um, where did I put that? It wasn't. Um, I think I replied to someone else's. It's not gonna be in my replies again. This is once again I'm looking for the thing, and because I don't know the names and the username specifically, um, I'm not seeing the things. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. um, Nonetheless, Jason is someone that has been a designer at Apple, has been creating Mercury OS as a concept. You probably have seen that in the past, and it is really good. The thing that they are creating is really good. The rest of the thing that they are creating is really good, and it doesn't mean, oh my god, it doesn't mean, that's probably why I didn't find it. It doesn't mean that they are good as a teacher. Um, the fact that these are heavy hitters in the industry, like big names and big career at Airbnb and so on, doesn't mean that they have the ability to teach in a way that will align with you. Me neither. All right. I'm not saying that to say, well, I'm so good, hire me instead. It really depends on the person that is in front of you and how they are behaving and how the person that is teaching understand the needs of that person that they are teaching to. Um, so big names, I don't know if I trust any of them. Again, they have a lot of people in there based on the scroll so far. I'm unsure. I think I know one of them, but that's it. So it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that they are like bad or good or that they could have been better, that they could have hired me instead. Doesn't mean anything other than the fact that they are from specific companies that probably have some sort of a partnership with that digital school, and therefore it makes sense to them. But I don't think I have seen any of their content in the past and or their portfolio um, ever, which kind of should tell you something, nonetheless. Detail. Um, there is nothing in there though that gives me the curriculum in the thing that I'm supposed to see right here. So, 7 sessions, content design process, which makes sense. Modern product design, quantitative methods, which is good. Determining problem sizes and segment. This is good. This is like basically market caps, market size and landscape. So that's a good thing. User research is good. User centricity, dumbass names, but it makes sense. And both methods is the same. I mean, it's comparable to quantitative. They should be taught together. So the human-centered design in design process and the user centricity is the same thing. Like, it's the same thing. And I dumb it down most of the time into this is common sense. Like, if you know how things are supposed to work, or if you understand like people are using their voice for something, or their thumbs for something, or their fingers for something, or I don't know, something else, the human part of the behavior and the design is just like it's about the common sense. It's just okay, cool. What needs to happen on the screen? What is the user supposed to be doing? How would they do it? That's basically it. So if it is, they would use the cursor to click on something and then open the section. Then a plus makes sense. Or they can just click on the entire card and it's expense. That's basically user-centric design. So this is bastardizing what I just said, but it's basically the foundation of what it is. The modern product design teams, this is interesting, not necessarily good, but interesting. The issue that I have with this specifically is modern product design teams from when the bootcamp has been created, updated potentially yearly, but probably outdated by a bit. So it is, yeah, also it is abstract, but it's probably a thing of how do product design teams work together, collaborate, what are the tools that they are using, why, how, at what point in the process, if they have processes, and what are the processes of these modern product design teams. The thing that I'm seeing here is that if the tools are Figma, Miro, and Slack, it might already be greatly outdated simply by the fact that there is no AI tool in there, potentially just for acquisition. I don't know. But they also don't talk about the rest of the tools unless they do as a glance within the first 7 lesson sessions, in which case it's fine. But nonetheless, small things. The issue that I have with this is that it is set in time from when the bootcamp is defined, and then it is probably just updated based on who's the speaker is going to be. So they might not be able to talk about paper. They might not be able to talk about Figma newest releases because they don't have the learnings at that time. Um, I don't know. There might be like other tools than Slack or Miro that they wanted to replace, or that most teams would have replaced by now, that they are still talking about because that's the thing that they have learned with, or that they are using because they're stuck in it. Based on the list right there of heavy hitters and big ass companies, the tools used in these companies are locked. That's also one of the reasons most of these things are, to me, outdated, is that you don't have the freedom in an Airbnb to say, fuck Figma, let me move to paper for everything. Like, this is not a thing that can happen. Uh, because they have contracts, they have licenses, they have all the thing that is in place, and then changing tools is such a big bureaucracy paperwork thing that needs to happen that they can't be up to date. So maybe in a startup they could be like, well, Figma is kind of expensive, let's move to Penbot. Penbot is a better option. It's open source. We can self-host the thing. We can run it on your machine, and we have our own servers that can run it, so that we have things that are like synced and so on, and we don't need to pay the licenses. And this is what I would call modern product design team. But because it's not like part of the big companies, it doesn't count as one. So a bit of an issue with that. Nonetheless, qualitative and quantitative methods, same thing. It's also very vague because it's quantitative for what, and qualitative for what types, because it's methods related to product designs, yes, but it could be on anything. It could be on research, it could be on design outputs, it could be on design inputs, it could be on line of code. I don't really know what it means, and most of the times they are going hand in hand, in the sense that you do your quantitative research and your qualitative at the same time, because based on quantity, you get a better quality output. You probably have heard the story before of the pottery teacher that is asking half of the class to do one single best pot for the semester. If they come back with the best pot that they can do, um, then they will have the grades for the semester, and then the other half of the class needs to do as many. So it's the the quantitative part of, you need to do as much parts as possible. You need to take pictures of them, and you need to come back with the latest one. Like your latest spots is going to be the one that you will be graded on. But I also want the numbers, like the if it's shit, but you've done 500, you're probably going to have a higher notes than if it's really good and you have done only 20, right? So it's quantitative of as much as possible, and qualitative of best that you can do. At the end of that semesters, for that story specifically, the half of the class that was doing the most, like the most numbers and not the best that they could do, had a way better output overall because of the repetition that they had. And the people that were just doing one, like the best that they could do at any point, then it was kind of, it was okay, but it wasn't like as good as the other because of the quantity and the muscle memory and the training and so on. So these two go hand in hand. Qualitative only works with quantitative is in play. Otherwise, it's bullshit. And the quantitative part cannot work if you don't know what quality means. So having them split here means nothing to me. Anyways, the problem size and segment that the data driven thing, eh, this is a segment size and problem size, an interesting thing. This is basically doing your market research and your target audience potential. This is a half simple. but also not necessarily the easiest thing. Roadmap is a good option, yes. um, yeah. Problem size is not something that you can learn. I am gonna be honest on this one. Um, Problem size is always we have done the research, we have figured out that that's the problem, and then you do one interview and that's the problem, and then you do one interview and that's the problem, and it's just keep growing. Like there is no places that I know of that I have worked in where the problem was like that's the problem, that's what we are solving for, and it doesn't grow. Just as me at some point of, but what if? But what when? What happened if that user is doing this, or if we are in that use case, and if we have that edge case and that thing, and it's just like it just keeps growing any times. So problem size is kind of not really good. Segment size, however, is a very good thing. Segment size is basically what is the amount of people that can be touched or can be impacted by the work that you are doing. So, for example, I'm going to use perfume because it's a pretty easy thing for me. My segment size is very small. It's about 5 million to 10 million users in total worldwide. So this is like my segment is extremely niche and tiny. The problem, the one that I have defined is so broad that it is not really budging much, but it is because it's too broad. Like it's just, I don't want to, like people are fed up with being sold something else. Like their point is on every other apps, they are trying to sell me new thing when I don't need new things. So that's such a broad thing, and it could apply to any fucking app slash product. So not a good problem. The segment, however, being like 10 million users maximum, is limiting, and because my reach is roughly like a potentially 500K, I need sales and marketing and other reach things, but I know how the segment is. In order to define the segment, you have what we call rolling segments. So you have the ability to say your, let's say 10% at the end and 10% at the start of the segment in question are the rolling ones. The 10% at the end are the ones that are too old, that are going to die soon, and therefore they don't count. And the one in the beginning are the one that are not counted because they are not in the workforce and or the target just yet, but they are about to get it. So it is a thing that we used to call the next billion. Um, if you have been on the market long enough, you remember that Google was talking about the next billion um, in something that I don't like, but it makes sense, which was the next billion users that were about to enter the internet, because not everyone on the planet has access to the internet, nor has access to digital products overall. So the next billion is like the people that are going to be transiting from not having access to getting access. So that's the thing. And so that's your segment. It has these next billion type of thing, which is not a billion for your segment, but whatever. It's roughly 10%. And the dying portion of your segment, which is also roughly 10%. So you have 80% of your segment that is going to be defined by the niche in question, the landscape in which you are trying to build, and the problem that you are trying to solve. And that is defining the thing. Obviously, you have your target users. Target users are going to be who you want to build for and who you are aiming the product at to make some profit or do some things. And you can get a bit of an idea of how much it is by going on Reddit and finding some Reddit threads slash subreddits that are specific to your problem or the thing that you're solving. So I know that, for example, I have 2 million users on perfume related content on Reddit. Which obviously, like, Reddit is a big platform, but it's not like the place where everyone is. So that's why my segment is roughly 10. There is like 8 million people that are not on Reddit or not active, um, but still interested in perfumes. There is a lot of other platforms that I don't have access to that are just guesstimated 10% ish. But that's the type of thing. So overall in here for you right now, based on what you said earlier, I feel like the user research and interviews with AI is an interesting segment for you. The potential here, maybe, but I just explained it to you. So depends if you want someone else to explain it to you. Um, the qualitative and quantitative, I suppose, at least for me, they are supposed to be taught at the same time of the research and interviews because they are part of the research tools and the materials that you can use. User centricity is something that is just like common sense for me. So on that whole thing, there are 4.5 points that are useful and that would be good only if the price is right. Like that's gonna be a thing. And that's the first section. There is a ton of other things underneath that I obviously haven't looked at. Like they have a lot of other things. So based on the fact that the first one has almost half of it being pretty useful, I'm hopeful that the rest are going to be kind of the same thing and half of it being pretty useful. So that's not a bad option. They have like some other tooling that they are showcasing that I believe are pretty good, giving you a lot of information about like other tools that are kind of old, like Axer is something that unless you are in a very big company, you don't use anymore. Oddjar is something that has been replaced by passwords and other things. So, eh. um, but yeah, I feel like I'd love to know how much it costs. That's the that's the thing. I would love to be able to know how much you want to like charge me to get all of that because it's not written everywhere. You give me like a 9,600. Um, Legally speaking, in Europe, they are supposed to be sharing price. So yeah, also welcome back, Stony. If it's 10K, rounded up. If it's 10K and it's a long process, right? They have 7, 14, 24, 30, 36 sessions in total, with their 5 segments. Let's say half of it is good, so 16 sessions. um, 16 to 18 sessions are going to be pretty useful. Hoping that overall you're gonna click with most of the teachers slash trainers. That means that again, half of it is gonna be good. So aiming for 8 sessions being really good with a lot of values, 8 of them being good with values, but the teacher was not good enough. Potentially eight other that were really interesting because the trainer was really good, but the content was shit, or at least not as interesting as it needed to be. Um, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I do agree with the get yourself a private tutor instead, or mentor or something like this. Someone that is doing the mentoring section. Um, for that price, it could be interesting. The potential negative part that I have with that is that if you're getting a mentor and or private teacher, you are only going to learn from one person, which is never good. So the fact that here you are going to be learning from a multitude of people, this is a pretty interesting thing. Again, like learning everything from me is not good. I appreciate it, but I may not have all of the answers, and some of the things that I'm saying might not be true and or good for the market. Like my knowledge is limited to a specific portion of the market. I know a ton of shit, but I don't know everything. So it it only applies to a sliver of the content. Um, so if you just learn from one mentor, eh, sometimes it's not going to be enough. Sometimes it is. I don't know. Um, learning from multiple people is pretty useful because they all have tidbits and things that you know, that person from Airbnb is going to explain something. That person from SAP is going to explain something that is a bit different, but they are explaining the same thing, but because they have a different way of explaining it, maybe this one is going to click and this one is not. So that's the type of thing that is good. Maybe if I'm explaining something, it clicks for you. Maybe I'm explaining something else, it doesn't click. And if things that I'm explaining don't click, then that's not good. So, yeah, nonetheless, I missed thing. I saw multiple links that we need to click on. We click on that. So yeah, overall, I feel like the bootcamp itself for 10K, if you have the disposable income of 10K, if you are getting in finance through work, like if you are working somewhere right now and you are like in the workplace that you have is willing to finance it, which is good. That's a good thing. If you have um uh, a saving accounts for training, I don't know if we do have this in France where basically every single month of pay that I'm getting, a portion is going towards my training budgets, and it's just going to be usable later. So, for example, I used it for my Japanese classes. I spent 3K on my Japanese classes, tutoring one on one because it made sense. And, like that's the usage. So I didn't have to spend 3K on that tutoring thing. If you do have the same thing, then maybe that could work. If you do have a fund, like training fund thing, and you don't have 10K in it, and you can use like, I don't know, 5K on that, and then your company is using something else to just pay 4K and so on, whatever. Um, if you do have it for free, then go for it. There's nothing against free content. Specifically, if it's paid content that you can get access for free, get it. Get it, do it. Do the entirety of the boot camps, and then you will probably learn some things, and then you will probably come back and say, "Fuck, they tried to teach me something that is absolutely wrong." Like that, I know because I have the skills. I have done the research on my end. They have been starting to talk about something that I know about, and they were full of shit. It could happen. I don't know. But yeah, So yeah, am I instructing you to sail? What do you mean? Um, I can't read books, but yes. um, but yeah, like again, if you can get it for free with the education voucher, do it, do it, do it. It doesn't cost you anything other than potentially 10 weeks of your time where you have sessions. Um, I mean, there is 36 sessions, so there is like 30. I'm gonna say 36 days or 30 days with sessions, probably across multiple time, like multiple lengths of time. I don't think that this is just um like one session a day because it's a 4 months thing. So that's a lot less. Also, probable, because I didn't read the entire thing, probable that in the steps we have uh, practical. So strategy and impact is things that are not necessarily visuals, kind of, not really. Structure to interface, that is the type of thing where you would probably have homeworks and things to do to present so that you can get the certificate at the end of the day. Test and improve is going to be related to this, which makes sense, and so on. So that's I think overall it's a pretty useful thing. I would love to see the exact curriculum that they have because like they are not really showcasing the full content unless they just have like information architecture is one of the section, which seems to be the case because they have 10 here, 6 here, like the usual. Um, but yeah, that pisses me off. Also, this is again going back to the user-centric slash design related stuff. Right here, for example, this is something that should have been fixed visually speaking in the first round, in the sense that you have six sections, and you go ahead and do 5-1 instead of 3-3. Like you can just balance the content properly. Like here, you could have done like 4-3. I get it. Like it's 7 sessions. I get it. 10, it's balanced. We're good. 6, you can do 3-3. And if you do 3-3, you end up with these section being exactly the same amount of space at the bottom that you need to have, so you get a proper alignment at the bottom. So much more sense. Anyways, I think I don't work on my own project and get feedbacks from them in the evening. You get a less than 3 hours with one of the coach. The part you don't get is in Germany. You have a full culture. You need some kind of certificate for everything. Yes, I know. And you don't have one from product design. I see. The Owens one, I don't know about it. I do not know about this one. But it is cheaper. uh, I don't trust this. I don't trust this. So there is a lot of things that goes in my head here that isn't good. um, when you get a 91% off discount, my brain is like, why? Is it shit? Like it's just because it's shit. That's the reason. That's the only reason. Like you can't discount the thing 91%. That's never gonna happen. Or the value is $9.99. That's it. It's always has been 9.99. It will always be 9.99. That's what they are paying the course creators, but that's it. So I don't know. This is cute though. It's useless, but it's cute. Uh, but yeah, I guess yeah. The other thing, because again, as you said, Germany has the thing for uh, basically certificate everything. Coursera is doing that. Udemy is doing that. Basically, most platforms are currently creating and providing um, some sort of certificates. And a lot of them, as I've mentioned before, a lot of them are going to have um, free trials for you to do like the course. The Coursera one that I've taken, for example, um, they give you 7 days free, and then after that, you need to pay $20 a month or $30 a month to continue progressing. The thing is, the 30 days that they gave me for doing the class, for the, sorry, the 7 days that they gave me for free to do the class that is supposed to take 30 days, I did both of my certifications in 4 hours because I took the certifications that I already knew, not because I'm so good and so on, right? I needed some certificates to be able to say, oh, look, I have the diploma, I have the thing. So I just pushed through, and I got one of them in 4.5 hours and the other in 4 hours, um, without doing any of the exercise, answering correctly on everything, and basically getting the thing on the same day that I applied to start the 7 day trial. And I got the certifications, and they are on my LinkedIn. So it's feasible. If you just need like a product design certification, the Google certification of product design is probably a thing on Coursera, and it probably has like a 7 day trial thing, and it might be feasible in a day. It might not be feasible in a day. It might just be the introduction to product design, but that still gives you a certificate, in which case you have the certificates, and that is a proof of work for the Germans. Um, but yeah, like there are a lot of platforms that would provide a good enough free tier for you to achieve the content, get the certificates, and then move on to something else. Um, this one being 10K feels like it is a lot of thing, a lot of content. You can get it for free, so I would get it for free if I was you. Um, and then, okay, that was a weird animation. Uh, and then, yeah, yeah, that's kind of, it's kind of a lot, but you can get it for free. So that's a good thing. Oh, that the animation was broken because of. Okay, I see. This is interesting. Uh, so that's bad. Mm. I like this. This is fun. Um, who said that? Who said void tube? That Chris, that was you, right? That's the that's the playlist. Is that the playlist things from earlier that you just redesigned? It looks like it. I feel at home from the previous playlist website. Um, I also see this. I don't know if that's on purpose. I don't think it is, but still good. I can search 5 things. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't read the message that you had. I know you said uh, something about Reddit earlier, and then you shared that link. I didn't check. Um, interesting. Interesting. This one is good. This one is always good. There is a lot of content in there that is really useful. Um, there's a lot of content in there that is kind of too complex, but UX design in general is going to be pretty good. So you can go through that, but that isn't going to give you any certification. So could avoid. Could avoid. That's a LinkedIn section. Um, yeah. Kane, I see things that need someone. Um, the one that just jumps on me is this arrow. Why is it so high compared to the text? Like, it doesn't need to be. It needs to be lower. That's it. That's it. I do I do like the loading. The thing that I don't like about the loading specifically is this. If I can just make it work. Yeah. So that here is my issue. So your profile picture and your first entry are loading at the exact same time when there is more content to be loaded in the center. I would basically expect the flow of the top content right there to load first, and then when that line, like that line is almost the last thing to drop. Um, like fade first, then show the first row, and then once the second row starts loading, I would see this happen as a oh, by the way, this is what I've been working on. Um, so then that would make more sense. Because then these two are like two contents that are not in opposite sides, but like opposite side. There is more stuff that needs to be loaded in the center, and because you have a staggered thing, what you have profile picture, name, name and job title, description, and then button. These are going in sequence, and the rest is already loaded. So I would have everything kind of loaded at the same time. What I've used, I used the native um, native screen recording. I don't have it. Um, shit. So yeah, the stagger is um that stagger kind of, right? Like you can kind of see uh that basically in the process in question I have uh header, profile picture, content underneath is like going together. And by the time that my first image is loaded, my profile picture is truly loaded. So that's like it's going together for the entirety uh, of the thing. And the way that I did this was basically have a stagger that is diagonal. I mean, technically, but for you, it's going to be like this. So it's the blur effect is like just more blurred, and it de-blurs itself, but it goes through as a diagonal thing. So yeah. Um, I think Lone Traveler, if you're on Windows, I think if you're on Windows 11 specifically, the latest screen recording is an option with the Windows Shift S is a screen recording thing. Marmalade, if you're still looking, I wasn't expecting anything from the Vercel.app, but yeah, that's what I call the useless web. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I would have made this um the lizards as well, that you can zoom in, but this is fun. I don't know. It's Marmalade shared that earlier based on the fact that the fucking URL is vercel.vercel.vercel.app. That's wild. So yeah. Um and if you was, I mean, I don't know why you were scared of Windows 11. I think Windows 11 is good. Um Visually speaking, it's one of the best looking Windows in the past few years. In terms of the enshittification of the OS, it is shittier and more annoying than Windows 10, which I know that most people that have like high user behaviors, Windows 10 is better. Windows XP is much better. Um, but you know, whatever. Um, eh. But yeah, I think Win Shift S is the yeah is the sipping tool. Apparently, it's also working on Windows 10. I didn't know about that. I did not know about that. Um, so you could try it. You could try it. Um, but I think it's just. I think it's just image, like specific. Uh, yeah, record screen is Shift R, but I don't think you would have the selector. Yeah, apparently you do. So apparently R is record. So yeah, good to know. Good to know. Nonetheless, I need to pay. 1 second. Anyways, Stony, I have a question for you. If you are here now, I don't know. Maybe you're just like 5G far away, or if you're back, I have a question for you. Good wait. Hey. And Tonton, you were talking about that. Every question is $5. Well, all right. I stopped working on the UI then. Good. Orca used to be a very good tool. Something else, not this, but yeah. Um, I have a question for you on the also fuck off Y Combinator. For the keyboard navigation. I'm trying to put it in place on the Bomb UI kit so that we have proper keyboard navigation. As mentioned, it does work at that instant. Like things are behaving. This is not what I was supposed to go. Um, not everything is there, but at least the keyboard shift does work when I'm in an input field. I do have like proper navigation with tabs, but it doesn't work with the arrows compared to things like my radio selection. If I select one, which is probably going to be the default, using tab is moving to the next option, but I can use the arrows to select the current active section, right? Or the current active. That's wild. That is going through all of them on the page. That I didn't expect that. uh, so that is the default browser behavior. Would it make sense to allow for both? Like that's basically my question. In my head, it does, but you've done a lot more research on keyboard navigation than I have, and I just want to know. In my head, I would love to be able to say if user is navigating on tabs, like tab and space to select, or tab and enter to select, or arrows and enter to select, or whatever. Does that make sense? Or should I retain the truly system-based thing? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Um, like adding basically if there is like 16 version of navigation options, anyone that tries to do it, it just works because it's just like the expected mental model of that person. So I guess that's fine. Cool. My issue is that, for example, here, if I select the, and now it's working, God damn it. If I select the thing, I can't navigate with the arrows for the checkboxes. Um, so it's a weird system, but I don't know. Um, yeah, yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan. So I'm trying to put that in place, um, making sure that everything works, and then that's gonna be published in the 1.4 version, I think. Um, but yeah, I think it's important to have like accessibility wise. I think it's important, but also um, for all the rest, makes sense. Sorry, 1 second. Something is pissing me off. I have issues in the kitchen. When it's hot, this is, you know, um, when it's hot, the pipe are drying down, and then I have sewage smell in the house, and that pissed me off. So I need to plug the thing every time. It's just like, I need to redo the entirety of my piping in the kitchen for that reason, because this isn't good. But I don't have the funds. I need like 10. Can someone send me like 20K? That would be highly appreciated. I just need to renovate the kitchen. That's it. In euros, not in yen. 20K in yen, I have that in my bag right now. But yeah. So yeah, I'm thinking about adding this and ensuring that it works. Um, you can send in pesos. I don't think that's gonna help. What am I gonna be able to do with that? Print it? Ask for a print review. By the way, Stony, damn. I'm sorry. Damn. That's wild. Um, I've implemented something on my end which might be interesting to you at some point. I don't know. We'll see. Um, in the past 2 days, I've been doing a lot more translation on Can. They like a lot of people have been complaining about the fact that the German was really bad or too stiff and too strict. So I rerun the translation and I ran it, and it kind of like it kind of broke. Basically, Cloud Code was like, you've reached your limits after like one file because, I mean, we have 30,000 kanjis with translation, so that is a lot of content. So I integrated something that could be interesting for anyone that is using Cloud and any other thing. I have a locally running version of Olama, and Olama is running any other locally runnable devices on my device models, and basically I'm offsetting. So Claude um, Opus 5 or Opus 4.8 is given the task that it's going to do the review, and then it's going to offload everything to Olama. That's taking care of the translation in the process. It runs in the background, so Chloe is just like watching for when the thing is popping back up, and it's pretty useful. I went through most of the translation yesterday almost instantly, so yeah. Yeah, I'm using it as well. I'm using it as well. It's just like not as fast. Um, but I do use it as well. I mean, I use everything. Today I run through my free tier of Olama Cloud for the same reason. Um, the only thing that I would love to be able to do is get access to that in Cursor. Like I would love that in Cursor. That would be so good for free, the same way. The same way. Um, but you know, that's the thing. I don't have can on this one. I should. I'll probably do that at some point. But yeah, could do so. Could do so. But yeah, nonetheless, I think this is a pretty useful setup of having like a locally running model if you don't want to send anything to anyone. There's just like whatever is on your machine, and Llama is pretty good. Gemma is pretty good. Based on what we have, the Claude decided that a model called Aya was pretty good for Portuguese, so pulled Portuguese through that. Um, so yeah, could be used. Could be useful. Could be useful. Um, do you use the website tool for Figma? Do you use the website tool, or do you use the website tool use for Figma? From Figma? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine. The the thing that I found with Gemma is that it doesn't show um token per second. Like it's it just shows result. So you wait for a bit, and then you get a block of text, and then you're good. So yeah, I don't I don't know about that. Um, I don't think I can use that to answer your question, which is not a question. I can't use that. Um, let me let me just show you. That's gonna make a lot more sense. It's gonna be so much easier if I just open the thing. um, I mean, do you use the Figma tool to build website? No, I don't use Figma Make. Nor do I use the Figma site either. Uh, I have tried and I don't like it. No, I haven't. Not yet. Not yet installed the Stream Deck plugin because it doesn't make sense to me at that instant. Um, but yeah. Uh, all right, cool. That's the file in question, and it it has 700 lines, which is not much, right? And this is just me extracting the content in a JSON file so that I can paste it, because the actual uh, XC string file uh, is I mean, it's a small amount of things, but yeah, it's uh, it's no good. So basically, most of the time, what happens is that it runs through the F file only, and then um, it checks if everything is good. The thing that is nice for me is that I can read the French one, so I do that by hand at times. And the Xcode implementation is like fine. Um, I mean, fine. It's better than the JSON formatting thing. Like it looks like this. So you have English with everything that is like English related. So that's my main translation, and then I can go in French, and it has the string, the default rendering, and then the French translation. All of that makes sense, and I had to kind of fight with the Portuguese PTBR and PTPT. These are the two things, but now it's kind of fixed. So that's good. Um, but it is like the thing that is sad is that um, Xcode, aka the native Apple way of doing translation, is giving you a single localizable file. That's it. That is one of the part where I do prefer Android for that, because Android is providing one specific localizable file per language. So if I want to just add a language, I just take the original one, and then I change the name and I change the translation in it, and then we're good. And there is nothing else that needs to happen. Um, so that's a lot better than this shit, because this is so bad. uh, and to be honest, not that it is true, but it kind of is. A CSV would be better. Like not necessarily a CSV, but like I mean, yeah, technically, a string with English and then translation would be so much better than that. This is so bad. So, yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, I mean, it's string default value and translation. Like my default values right there, which is in the default language, which is still included within it, because they need to keep them together. I don't get it. So that's the thing. uh, I don't think GPT translation would be happy with that, and therefore this is enough. This is good enough. This is fine. This is fine. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There was this a long time ago that ran locally as well, which I think I could reuse by now. Um, but yeah. that's going to be for another day. That is going to be for another day. So yeah, that translation thing is going to be taking a long time. Probably help with some small details. Overall, uh, overall, that's where we are. But running that locally is a bit better than running that through Cloud Code. So getting, I mean, basically the thing that I'm talking about is just the process of saying, hey, by the way, Cloud Code, you have access to locally running agents if you want to, so that you don't burn through tokens. And Cloud was like, that's a pretty good idea. Let's do that. I still burn through tokens, but yeah. I think I'm already at 36 to 40% on the week, which is probably about right, but goddamn. It goes so fast. It goes so fast. Which is really bad. Which is really bad. There is a new tool though. There is two new tools that we need to talk about. There is this, which we haven't had a lot of time with, but Forge is an interesting grid. We talked about it. We talked about the grid a long time ago now. I haven't tried it. I don't know exactly how things work. I don't know if it's good. I don't know what it does. Like there is no explanation of what needs to happen. So yeah. They I don't know what it's supposed to be doing. That's the thing. So this is just like the implementation of the thing that we've been talking about, which looked interesting. The demo looks interesting as well. But yeah, basically checks your pages and components and prepare a delicate config. Nice. Mm. Mm. The other one that I have saved, which is on my phone and not anywhere else, is this. This is a new one that just popped up on my radar basically yesterday. It's called Airship, and it's one more visual editor for your code base, and it does the thing that I hate. So I don't recommend it. I haven't tested it in any way, shape, or form. It looks a bit better than some of the other things, mainly because they have 100% copied Figma at the bottom. But it does the same thing. It's basically you can select whatever the fuck you want in your local code base and then say uh, these are the changes. So yeah, like specifically that again, the step of I make the change, I then copy everything that has happened and send that to Codex or whatever to do the exact same changes. Use this. Um, or people seems to like it. A lot of people are doing the exact same thing. Visually speaking, interesting. To be checked in the future. Um, currently free, which is one of the reasons why it's interesting, and currently available in open source, which that's a good thing. That's a good thing that you can just get something out, but I don't trust it. We will have to download it and test it out at some point, but like yeah. It's one more stuff like this. You'll save that nonetheless. Let me check because I think I saved another one. Fountable. You can post link in chat. You know that. Fountable.dev. Better take your time. Fountable. Fountable.com. Oh yeah, that. Yeah. The name was like not in my head. Um, have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the Figma webinar. I hope you are giving the Figma webinar and not like receiving one, because otherwise it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass probably. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. I haven't checked, seen, used any of that. I like the UI though. I like the... Marcy, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? I see. I see. Eh. Yeah, the AI is named Bro. Apparently. That's what they said. They just named it Bro. Is it? I mean, it is, but is it? Is it Rono? No, it's not Rono. On your, let's see. I'm gonna fold that and we'll see that. I think someone else talked about that. I forgot who. I don't think I have saved that post because it is just text. But a lot of designers right now and a lot of creators have been moving away from the tools and creating their own, like brain function collapse has been creating that pretty amazing touch support thing. It's not like, I mean, to me, it's interesting because there is a ton of things in there that are really cool, but I did give you shit for your icon alignments, Sony. I did. And then I gave up because the misalignment came back. So, it's, you know, that's... there. Yeah. But yeah, people are doing, like, designers specifically that have been looking at other things and looking at tools and being like, this is a pain in the ass, and this tool doesn't work as it's supposed to be working. And then just moving on to creating their own platforms instead for the teeny tiny amount of work that they wanted to do, like this thing for Vector. There is another one that I haven't saved because I was like, we don't need to talk about it, but apparently we did. Which is right about... Did I just pass it? I may have just passed it. Nope, this one. This one is really cool. I love this. I want this. I want the ability to deform a vector path and simplify a vector path when necessary to create some effects and it is so good. But you know, like that is only feasible right now because that person wanted this. And the fact that they are on paper pissed me off, but that's yeah, different thing. But yeah, there is this, there is pen.dev that has, which is before pencil, now is pen, um, that has now integrated with a new tool, which is the pen tool, and they have vector tracing the same way that Quiver has vector tracing. So this is an interesting thing. Um, yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I still have beef with the CEO because, yeah, I'm not gonna explain it. Um, the main issue that I have with it is going back to one of the questions that had happened earlier today, but I didn't answer, but it's still in my head of what do I think about Dive Club? Uh, the CEO of Paper popped in Dive Club or in Dive YouTube channel at some point, and it was bad. It was bad. It was just like, oh yeah, you can do this, and um, and you can do this, and you can do this, and that's it. It's like, yeah, the whole presentation that he gave was really shit. The whole video was really shit. The mission is good. Pushing the market into a different direction makes sense. But goddamn. Um, yeah, there is one that I saved, which is this, which is Agentic Showcase, which basically contain every thing that have been built uh, with agents, and it's pretty it's pretty fun. You can click on anything and then go explore. Um, it's that like that one person. They've been doing a ton of very, very similar things, and everyone is doing shit like this. The sounds on these, the sound design is pretty good. Um, in forward and backwards movement when you're scrolling through. It's neat. It's neat nonetheless. I haven't touched Agentic, to be honest. Um, but it's cool. That zoomed it. That was in my face. Um, but yeah, like most people are currently trying to build things. The other one that we talked about last time was this one from Origin Kit, which has specifically the Origin Kit for the cursors. Um, I I took the clicks, which are there, because I think that this is good. I think the implementation of the clickety thing is a nice thing. I just kept the explosion one, like the tiny ones, because I think they are kind of fun. I think this is good. This one is a very nice, optimized, simple trail, and it doesn't break as much as I thought it would. And it is very, if you make it kind of big, yeah. But even like 120, It's kind of clear. So I like that a lot. I might steal that at some point. Um, but yeah, no, Origin Kit is really good. They have like a ton of content in there if you just want components and potentially just use that through your LLMs, but also they give you the code right now, which is pretty impressive. Um, and yeah, it's really useful. The thing that I don't like about this, because obviously I need to complain, um, the Sukodi, is it two E? Yes, it is two E's. Um, that guy right here, have a good nap, which I've used multiple times, has been basically reusing the code directly into Metal Forge, which I think is a good option. It's a good idea from there to, or from them to create like these metal shaders so that you can see how things are going to behave in metal and so on. But it is like also not working right now. It is like paid for not a lot of reasons, and eh, I don't I don't like this mainly because most of the code that they have is like AI generated code. So if I find something, I can just point in the AI agents to it and have the exact same outputs. Well, you know, it's fine. It is fine. Nonetheless, um, I wish Dapshi was here. I saved this one for Dapshi specifically, um, which showcase really where we are in Dapshi's screenshots. Like these are the previous one. The thing that killed me is like the fish in question, but also they have the dynamic island and the notch at the same time, and they are not centered with each other. That's like you need to figure out how to do this because this is pretty bad. And then, um, and then their changes here is pretty good. The that system is a very good idea. Um, like overall, it makes sense. The presentation of the app is good, and then the pictures is good as well. Like not not that. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Anyways. Anyways. I need to check this one out a bit more, and I need to check this one out as well in order to figure out exactly if it's good or not. But yeah, in the things, open montage is an editor that we talked about last time, specifically for Dapshi to create something about it. I think some of these, um, I do my best, Lone Traveler. I do my best. I think some things here would be pretty useful for people that don't have any skills in motion design, but then again, kind of not the best. And then I saved. No, I think that's all. I think that's all that I saved. Ooh, ooh. Um, the color flow previewed works really well on drag and on keyboard. It works pretty well with the horizontal scroll on trackpad. Good job. Good fucking job. Let me explain what I'm about to say. So, right now, your covers are not overlapping. Um, like right here, for example, you have enough space in between the two so that the next one can go and flip properly above it or under it. that is what we want to have and what we need to have in a cover flow type thing or in a swipeable card thing. We've been talking about it with Jay on Twitter. I think um, that's not the button. I don't think I'm gonna find it because it's been a bit now, but he has been complaining about it. I've been complaining about it. We've been talking about it. And basically a ton of people that are just creating card overlaps, they just make the card blends in at one point, and it just makes no sense. They go through each other instead of passing through at least the point where the background card, specifically for the swipeable thing for us, um, we kind of talked about it here, I think. Like ensuring that this stack was, I don't have it here, um, was working with the card basically not getting through. So, yeah. Obviously, the only time when I need to talk about it or show something, not there. Was that the one? I doubt it. Maybe it was. Yeah. Anyways, so basically here what I have is that I'm ensuring that the background card is moving to the side enough, like giving enough of the transition. Same ID, same content, same thing. So this is pretty good. This is pretty good. The only thing that I would give you is make sure that cover flow isn't a trademarked design pattern from Apple, because they'd be willing to just come and fuck you up if you just, create the exact same thing. So, yeah, cover your ass just a little bit, just a bit. Mm. I don't know how you get total from row, but whatever. Maybe I mistyped RT. Um, I can go back. No. Uh, um, I see things. The only thing that I don't like is the stiffness there. Like it's very much like it's not a soft transition. Um, you probably have some sort of a linear transition for this because it's just like uh, x-axis transform, I think. And your curve is probably linear because it just makes more sense. It's just like either you go from minus 180 degrees to plus 180 degrees. That's your two options. But I would make the curve a bit more of an ease in and out, uh, potentially to just make it less mechanical in the clips. But that's working. Did I Google login? I forgot. I do like it. I like the ID. I think it could be just simplified a smidge. I did Google login. God damn it. Um, yeah, And then it was better a second ago. Damn. Or maybe I didn't notice that a second ago. You now have space here and that weird ass thing. Um, Give me some corner radius again. Just some container corner radius. Um, but yeah, no, this is good. This is good. This makes sense. It's really, you're right when you said that it's really responsive and really well responsive with on drag and on. Yeah, you can see how stiff it is when I'm scrolling through with the trackpad. It's just tick 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 tick. I don't know. It's kind of ratcheting when it shouldn't. It's just a yeah, yeah, just a speech. Nonetheless, pretty good. I like this. I like this. This is fun. The thing that you could do instead of, you know, um, instead of doing some corner radius there, I think you could have your full width, so a negative margin, so that it just grows a bit more without impeding on the sides, and then the bottom being an offset, non-clipping mask transition. Um, yeah, yeah. Basically, getting your transition to have a bit of a dampening near the end, so that it curves in and out during the transition. Um, have a good grocery shopping. Uh, and you can eat the cat, but that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. There's too much hair. And I mean, you need to feed the cat before you can eat the cat. Otherwise, no good. Take care of yourself at the grocery store. Um, I wish I had. I wish I had the. That's bad. I um I wish I had the 3D transform on Figma for the motion tab, because it would make sense here. I would be able to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Um, but I don't think we have 3D transform on this one. I don't have access to it. Which is kind of sad. Yeah. Yes. Ease in and out is basically the thing that I would prefer on this. So that it just is smoother on this section. Like right now, and I don't think you can avoid it because it's just flat. But what it means is that it would reach flat somewhere around here, and then the last 5 to 10 pixels would be just we are at 1 degree of orientation instead of being at 5. Like that's basically the transition. So here you would basically reach the endpoint somewhere around here, or at least close to it. So it just gives you that smooth transition. Eh. But nonetheless, good. So yeah, maybe having like the bottom section not being cut, that could help. That could make it a bit more interesting for you to get like the overflow visible situation, which I don't think you have. We do have the overflow X hidden, but that's not what I'm looking for. Dang. You know what? That's a global thing because these are overflowing, but I don't mind this. I think the gradient transition in your cover reflection needs to be a bit stronger so that it doesn't cut like hard here. But that's basically what I had in mind. Ensuring that that container here has an overflow visible is going to be enough because your overflow hidden on the main card is already there. So that's yeah, that works for me. Yeah, looked a bit better. Um, I forgot the C. Not in shopping. Oh my god. Um, I think you safe. If this was the original one, I'm seeing this one though, which is the thing that I'm kind of scared of. Um, this one is really clean for not being a copy of Coverflow, and therefore you probably have your ass covered already. Um, this one is really close to what you already have. And you can also see how fast the gradients moves away. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if it went through, it went through, and therefore we are safe. But I always want to be as safe as possible when it comes to Apple content because goddamn, like they really have created this and said, "Oh yeah, that's ours. You don't have the right to do anything." So yeah, this one was fun as well, with a bit of a 3D tilt. Um, meh, yeah, that's wild. Again, we talked about that before, but um, yeah, it's kind of wild. The thing that we have here, which are like the patent of behaviors from Apple directly, that are basically coming from years and years and years of research from a long, long time ago, and that are now still working. But the main story that I have about this is the my dad's friend that was working at Apple 40 years ago now. um, and was talking to me when I was a kid about things that are now in the Vision Pro, but that they were working on basically 40 years ago. So, yeah. And not in the sense that they were working on the behavior on the screen. They were working on things that was equivalent to the Vision Pro, but using projectors instead, because they didn't have the tech to put it in front of you. So they had things in terms of hand gestures, trackings, and so on that were manipulating on projectors at the time. And this is like that friends talking about R&D from 40 years ago that we didn't see in any product until the Vision Pro came up 3 years ago. Like, yeah, kind of, kind of wild. So when we see these patterns, I'm like, cool. They've been working on shit like this that has now been implemented into like the Apple Watch, for example, that we haven't seen before. And they probably have been working on that for a lot longer. Anybody knows something better than Wapalizer to check on the website stack? No. Wapalizer is the only one that I know. Um, there is, or there was another one. I think I used it for a week and then I removed it. I forgot why, but yeah. Um, but there are plenty of them, and I'm almost certain that you can vibe code one in about 2.5 prompts. So why are you looking for alternatives? Is it like it's not supported anymore, or is it something else? Mm, that may be the reason as well. That might be the reason. Yeah. Okay, consistency. The other thing that I'm now noticing um, is when you look at the cards past its point of I'm not in the main slot now. So right about here. So right here, I'm not in the main slot. While the new card is coming in, the amount of slide that needs to happen is very specific. It goes from right here, where you can see the full face of the girl with the hoodie, to right here, where you can't see it, and then it slows down in the amount of scrolls, and it looks like it's rotating, but in the other way, in the other direction. So there might be a need for some sort of a more consistent uh, translation speed in between here and the next one. I feel like. So maybe. Um, if you make it start rotating sooner, it might overlap with the previous one. That's the thing that we want to avoid as well. Right. Wavespace is a place to listen to music by supporting artists directly, by basically purchasing unit of listening, and therefore you are paying the artist directly to listen to their content, which I think is a very good thing. Um, really complicated. We've had that discussion many times now, and the hardest part right now is in order to get users to come in, you need artists to put their songs on. And in order to put the songs on by the artist, you need the user to be in. So there is a bit of a both of them are waiting for both of them to come in, and that's not gonna be good. So yeah. But the main point and the main goal is really good. and I think it could work. But which is why we are taking the time to talk about it and polish some of the details and shit, because I think it has a bit of a future in there. But yeah. Ah. uh, the other thing that I saw a second ago was most of your transitions um, are almost instant on everything else, like on hover and so on. Not that you need to have a transition, like this one has a bit of a fade, but these ones are almost instant in both direction. And then this is wrong. um, in the sense that the shadow is way too like it's popping off instantly, and I would love for a, a smooth transition. Obviously, I love smooth transitions, so it makes more sense. But yeah, like everything, every harvest state looks to be instant, and it's not bad. it it gives the user the sense of reactivity, right? Um, but yeah, that I I'm gonna I'm gonna say that right now. This logo cannot be used. This is not uh, this is not a thing that can be used based on the fact that I think we found it last time by just looking for W logo on scrolling on Pinterest, and therefore this is this is not a this is not a viable option. um, Again, going back to the logo discussion because we have it every time. I do feel like something conceptual would be a bit more interesting than something similar to the letters, because getting letter-based logo is almost going to be impossible. For that same reason, like I would say every W logo probably already exists, every M logo probably already exists, and therefore trying to come up with something that is like not already existing is complicated. Figuring out this shit looks good. Figuring out um, a different weird shape, that is something that can happen. And having a conceptual shape in the like with what it means or with the intention behind it, I feel like is pretty good. So yeah, I like this. Um, yeah, I like these a lot. This one is fun because I have another one that I've made which is very, very much similar. I thought about something like this just earlier. This is cute as fuck. This is an M, but yeah. Um, that's a fun thing. Um, the thing is, animated ASCII is very much 2026, and I feel like if you wanna if you want something where you don't have to uh, redesign your platform every 2 years because it feels dated, you need to either go as minimalistic as possible or as maximalistic as possible. Um, and yeah, go for shit like this. The thing that I have saved, like the past few months of me looking for what I wanted to do for Stony specifically, um, in the branding section, but also in all of the, characters. Like using Snorlax as a base is a pretty good option from what Kana has given us last time. It also gives you access to all of these mini mascots and things. Most of them are going to be already existing. So that's one of the things that I don't really like. I love this one for the titties, obviously, but like the teeth are really good. And I think they are kind of close to what we have already. So this is an interesting thing. I need to figure out who the artist is for this one and see if we have other things that we could experiment from. But getting into shit like this one or these ones, I think for a logo is such a this is such a powerful thing. You would remember, and sadly, these are eyes and mouths, which I don't think would work for you. But if you could figure out exactly how to do the same thing with an ear, that could be fun. That could be kind of fun because it's just like, yeah, this is a listing platform. So it just gives you things in your ears. Like shit like this is so nice. Damn. That's so nice. I personally love that. I love that. Which, going back to the discussion from last week with Tony, and the discussion about After Effects, I think I saved it on purpose this time. And obviously I didn't save it here. God damn it. There is a video thing that popped in on my feed earlier, and I'm like, this is the type of shit that I would love to be able to do in Figma. And obviously, this is the type of shit that I cannot do in Figma because not an option. But it is the content that makes sense in the implementation that I would love to have, just like not an option. Look at me not finding it. Again, the usual. Did I save that somewhere else? No. Yeah? No. Basically, it is one of these really useful Adobe Illustrator thing where you can take a shape and be impacted by something else, like having some sort of a overlapping blending mode thingy that just affects the lines and nothing else. And it is really good, but obviously I'm talking about it, therefore I'm not finding it. Common behavior. The sad part is that I know I saved it. I know I liked the thing and or saved the thing. So it's either here or I saved it on Threads, in which case I cannot show you the feed. For no reason in particular. But that would be interesting. The mascot thing, going back to that, the mascot thing is interesting. I feel like most websites and platforms right now trying to get into the mascots because it needs to stand out, and it currently stands out. but it also is going to be kind of dated soon. So getting something that is abstract to me makes a lot more sense. Like, what's the thing that goes behind it for me is like the goal is usage-based listening and true usage-based remuneration or financing funding for the artists. So artists are going to get 75%, 80%, I don't know how much, I forgot, of the listened minute. So someone that has like a big listening pool is going to get a bigger check at the end of the month, which is really nice and I think works. But the meaning behind it and the goal is remuneration. So it's like how much people are getting paid and conscious, I guess. Conscious time spent, right? So yeah, dignity, payout, clarity, and long-term trust is good. For me, so the thing that I'm trying to extract right here is if I go into trust, therefore willingness to spend time on the platform because I know that I love these artists and these are what I want to pay for and support the artists that I like because I want them to do more. It is very much money driven with intent. That's the word that I was looking for. Intent, intentional money spending, and therefore propping up some of the artists to make more and create more content because the community is directly funding them based on who is listening to them. So that's it's an intentional trust. That is good. The thing is, trust is such a flaky element, and again, the vibe that I have right now is not good, but it is correct. If we went with, let me get that. I think I think 6 is interesting, but also uneven is good. From the regular situation, right? 7 is nice, but it doesn't have enough. 8 is good. 9 is too much. So I could. It is a bit of a butthole right now. I'm gonna give it a bit of a stain. If you're fine with that. A not so crispy butthole. Mm, mm. I think without the texture, it could be interesting. It's just bleeding through a bit too much. Um, but that kind of opposite bleed. Interesting option. Uh, hey shit, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? I saw a zoom happen. I saw a zoom happen. Color is never an option, by the way. Um, never a thing to think about in the beginning, because you end up with thing that looks really good, colored, but never work because the color never describes. Um, I I like this as well. Wide statement with nothing showcased. um, this is going to be the worst presentation possible, but it makes sense. I like this as well. So basically here with um, anything in the background, let's use space for no fucking reason. Let's use space again for a different image. Maybe not this one. Yeah, fine. uh, getting some glass with whatever amount of depth and or dispersion, potential refraction, if you want to have like more stuff and so on, is a very easy thing to do in order to get like a, a sense of transparency, obviously. Um, so it needs to be as clear as possible if you want it to have the logo in a clear manner. Um, but then going back to that question, which is exactly what I was about to say, if you figure out exactly what is always going to be the background of this, you can get the system to be uh, as, you know, just rendering it. So it's always going to have the exact same thing. So if you have like the correct images behind, then you can get your system to just work and always, you know, display shit that will behave. So obviously right here, the thing that we are noticing is that dark content is going to be a bit more interesting, but it could work as a transparency thing. So I like the concept of it. The the one that we had a second ago, which obviously right now is far away, which is kind of sad. Um, this there is some transparency. There is some water things in there, like drop in a pond or something, and it does work. It's interesting. That could be on a hoodie for sure, and it has that vinyl music related content. Um, so you know, I do feel like this is a potential thing. Um, but again, very common, very simple behavior. But still, welcome back. What's the food? What's the food? Um, but yeah, going with something like this with the ASCII slash dithering kind of match with the profile picture generation that we have right now, but it also, I see. That is good. That, yes, I'm gonna be hungry then. Ah, I'm so sad. The Mexican place that I go to, which is uh, held by a Peruvian the owner, basically, living in France. Wild. The quality is going down, and that pissed me off. Um, it's yeah, it's no good. It's no good. Wood on top? I don't think so. I don't think the bitch. Where you at? There. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work on top because it's not there. Mm. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's common food around here. Mm. 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 I did. It was when was that? Um, 2 weeks ago. I had a moment. Riley, welcome on in. I had a moment where I was like, I need to eat something, but I don't have anything, and then I just did some instant pasta with ketchups because that's what was in my fridge at the time, and then I did basically when I was doing it, I was like, well, I need to go uh, buy shit because this is not an option. It was bad. This bad. I like this. Yeah, but this was not like a struggle meal thing. This was worse than a struggle meal. Uh, can I? I can do that instead, yes. Oh, I need to do this. Yeah. Also hex, what money? Um, eh. um, if I'm right, one just has to run the web scraper once a day. Then the web scraper posts to Hebrew build an API. That's interesting. I might I forgot that the eclipse was happening. I just know we won't see it here. Um, I think it's at 7, right? Um, good job, Google. Good job. Um, I think it's mostly for Spain. I think Spain um, was. God damn it. Yeah, we don't have. We don't have much. Yeah, it's just darker. Just a tad darker. Maybe some change in shadows. Easy, work on it. How are you? Nonetheless, this is interesting, but it's kind of shit. Um, I feel like there is something interesting in that, and in order to make it kind of make sense, maybe some of that. Nah. Oh, to be honest, the only thing that I've seen astronomically specific was the auroras in Sweden and from my plane. That's about it. I appreciate it, Riley. If it works, I would love to. I would love to finally implement it. Maisie, a lot of people have dropped and landed today, so I'm guessing you are not gonna land. Many reasons, but you could have. Yeah, that was so close. But yeah, I don't need glasses. Like that type of shit is also interesting. It's not something that I can do in Figma. It's something that I would be able to do um in After Effects. I mean in After Effects, yes, but also most likely in Illustrator, and that's kind of sad. Um, but I like these. I feel like these are interesting. There is the vibe of flow. There is a vibe of transparency. There is the vibe of like music and vinyl. I think it could work. It could make sense. The other thing that is a bit of a uh, you know uh, a bit of a sellout move, but it works. Um, if you create some shit like this, for example, and then you just take the shapes. Have a good luck. I don't think I will be here when you come back. Like, have proper alignment and shit. There are shapes in there that would be available for just doing the regular thing of saying, well, you have the artist, you have the user, and you have the companies, and instead of having just the artist and the company making profit, the user is benefiting because they are supporting the artist is benefiting, and then the company is benefiting because the users are there because making money and so on. And therefore, you are like your central point ikigai, whatever the fuck you want to call it, in the center, and you get one of these shapes as a main point, and it's just a fucking shield, but it could work. Like it's one of these things where getting a bit of an intersect of everything and saying, well, this is the vibe that we want to have. This is the central point, whatever. And from there, going back to what I was doing a second ago, if you end up with a bit of a more interesting system, you know, maybe one of these things, maybe just you do 5 instead of 6 or whatever. But it has some sort of a base. I don't know. Um, You know, why not? Maybe that makes more sense to blend in. It's still like the central point of everything. You have everything in there. That could work. You could double that with a center star so that it's not um, you know, a butthole again, and you make it double so that we have a point in each of the thing, a point in between, a point in. Again, the default to red, just so that you know, because I'm using red most of the times, just for um, seeing exactly where the color is going to be. Because um, the thing that is pissing me off on this one is that it looks like teeth, as if you, like specifically these, look like teeth. So, don't like that. Yeah, that makes it all sense. This is kind of the same vibe. We've seen that many times. This one is similar, if I remember correctly. It has like that kind of faded elements. I like the idea of the rotation with the moon phases. This is fun, but yeah. The thing that we shared last time, by the way, I think is still in my head, sadly. And then this is the other one that I did a second ago, which, you know, similar vibes, similar IDs there. So, but yeah, that's a thing that I've seen before many times. Not in a bad way. This is good. Um, I like the motion there. Mm, okay. Eh, I mean, it's fun and shit. That's it. Yeah, that's cool. That's nice. Again, same shit again. Um, I agree. I agree. I think these are fun, but I don't think this would work for what it is. Again, the point for me is just I want it to transpire um the transparency thing. I kind of want it to be this is a transparent brand where basically if you have a lot of streams, you're gonna get a lot of pay. And if you are streaming something, you are paying the artist directly. Like you're paying the platforms that can host the content, but like this doesn't cost us 50,000 a month. Like it's in the beginning is pretty cheap, or it's hosted somewhere else. So that's a good thing, but it's kind of hard to get this could work. Would need a bit of a dithering option here. Got an idea. um, got an idea. What happens if I do this instead? Um, yeah, I saw that go through as a meme with um that guy about Jeffrey Epstein. I think you probably have seen that, the guy with the glasses that was on Conan podcast and saying Jeff Epstein, the financier, and basically saying Spotify, the AI company, the dev company. Yeah, 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 I know about it. So that was kind of funny, but that's the only thing that I know about the thing about Spotify lately. Um, no other information on my end. This is fun, but that's it. And I feel like um, potentially hatching could create some more interesting behavior in there if it works, which it never does, because this is shit. Yeah. it's not applied on top of, so that doesn't work. Um, I think there's something in there, but that's not it. Um, there's probably something here in a central space offset. That's very Portal-like. This is not what we want. But yeah, still not the direction. I have to. I don't have a choice. Don't worry about it. Now, done. Cool. It needed to happen. I didn't have a choice. Um, there's something in there. It is. It is the Walkman logo, kinda. It's just like less rounded. If I do that. Uh, there's something in there. How can I make that happen? Like that? Maybe? Maybe that could work if I just get myself to drop these two with a drop shadow that is sharp. That could that mm, mm. um there's a I don't know if you see it, but there is a 3D extrusion happening with that, as if there was like, well, the shadow helps a ton, but it lifts the content, which I don't mind. And that pattern is an interesting pattern nonetheless. So getting that in there, you get the S and W that are hidden within the content. That, okay, yeah, you know. Um, could, if that's the base that we want to explore, if I get like my bottom section, top section as just this is a pattern exploration thing. There is something in there that is interesting. There's a cat in there. And there's multiple cats, but there's a cat in there. And It's interesting. That shape right there on the side is interesting compared to the center one. Um, you know, um, I don't, I have to go in about 10 minutes because it's too hot. So yeah, don't worry about it. If I do this, basically the system on there is, this is getting 8 points here, and then we're getting a half position, and that is just set it. So there's something in there. I like it. uh, mm, nah. I like this because it's kind of weird, and also it's a bit of a mustache thing, so that's fun. But that's it. That's all it is. There's nothing else. It could be, it could be reduced as well. Like that's a shape that we can play with. Um, like that's such a common S shape that probably have seen that like many times, and that's the reason why it's in my head. Like you know, like that's kind of the thing that is in my head in a way. It could also work, like that's a type of logo that is similar, is giving me the deep audio vibe as well. Um, right now it's very sharp, so that, yeah, it is very gothic. Again, the thing that I'm trying to achieve here is to remove the letters. You can have them hidden, but most of the time I would prefer personally if it was like more of an abstract thing than a obvious like, oh yeah, that's a W, that's an M, that's an S. It's probably gonna come back in my head at some point. Like what needs to happen, what it needs to be, or what thing needs to look like. Um, yeah, I agree with like wave like this, for example, would to me give out like so much of an interesting thing. The issue that I have is that this is the regular rendering, which was what I said earlier about like, oh, there is something in there. Like these effects are pretty good, but then we end up um on this, and that's already a streaming platform, so avoiding that would be appreciated. This one, going back to the effect that you had, I feel like this is a potential. I just fear that this is a 2026 potential. So yeah. Um, but it is a very simple, I think, simple system, um, where I guess it's that dithering could potentially. um, yeah, that's just not working because this is too small. So as always, just make it bigger, see how the thing works. Right, if we put it at 8 and then we take this through one of these and we make sure that this is like 0% instead. Radial, making that bigger. Eh. It's a bit of the same vibe, but with dithering instead. And obviously, right now, because I'm like kind of a massive rendering, making it like a bit smaller could help. Um, can play with the size. Like that would match the vibe that you have with the profile pictures and so on. But also, meh. Eh. Um, if you go with mesh gradients, which is the other one that we have seen, yeah, that's basically the idea. Um, I feel like it could work. I do think that there is something really interesting with the the dithering right now. Like it is the most used effect in 2025, 2026 because of the agent stuff. Most people are doing the exact same thing. But there are like a ton of options for you to go through uh, the effects without getting like I don't know if you noticed this, but like this one gets chromatic aberration, which is a very 2024 effect. uh, but it creates that texture that we kind of like, that is more interesting. But it's extremely complicated to get on print. It's extremely complicated to get on a display that is kind of bad. Um, but it is combinable, right? This one gets like a bit of a chromatic aberration forced with dithering and pixelation. So you end up with stuff that is, eh, I don't know, more creative than others. Um, Still, I think that's the vibe that I had earlier. God damn it. Um, with that kind of dithering effect on the edges of the star that I was doing with the gradient blur. Boy, this the thing that is really important branding wise is it needs to be recognizable from far away, and it needs to be standing out in a crowd of things that are the same. So every current things when it comes to like streaming platforms are either purple with Deezer, orange with SoundCloud, green, bright green with Spotify. Tidal is black. That's just black. Um, and Groove Shark was yellow. Soundhound was orange. Uh, Shazam is blue. So there is like so many colors already that you have to take into consideration when you're trying to figure out how you stand out. But I think the shape, the character, the shape, the thing. This is dirty as fuck with that liquid inside. But like that rabbit, for example, is recognizable from far away. Well, QD last time was like, oh, is that Sneak? Yes. Like they just saw the rabbit and it's like a recognizable element that makes sense. And therefore people are like, oh yeah, cool, I get that. I recognize that from far away. Um, the Walkman logo from a second ago, same thing. It is so recognizable that even though I didn't do the exact logo in question, we did end up on something that was like, oh yeah, that's the Walkman logo. That makes sense. That's the thing that I recognize. So that's I think the most important point. And then the branding, not the brand, the branding. So everything that goes with it, aka, as you mentioned earlier, the gradients, the effects, the dithering, and so on. These are branding pieces that you can use in the explanation of what the brand looks like, what's the vibe, and so on. So that I think is working, will be working, should be working. uh, and the logo itself on top of it needs to be not necessarily standing out and not competing with the branding. So it, using a using a word is an option, using just one shape is an option, but it also is uh, not the best. Mm, complicated. Something will come in my head for sure um, about something like that. That makes a lot of sense. Nonetheless, I am still gonna send you somewhere, and that somewhere is helpful because it's been a bit, and it is Wednesday, and usually on Wednesday it is the place that we go to. So yeah. Nonetheless, if you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That's highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, as always, join the Discord, ask the question on the Discord. That's highly appreciated as well. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use perfume. And if you have a big ass list of link that you share with everyone, use that. Um, I'm still working on Mom. It's gonna get an update soon-ish if I can have the keyboard navigation working properly with all navigation potentials. So that's going to happen very soon. And then if you are learning Japanese, as always, Ken is pretty good. Nonetheless, I should be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. Unless it's too hot and I'm dead. Probable. We never know. But yeah, Airforce is currently working on some assets in pixel art slash games with the game that he's been building, which is really cool. And yeah, we're gonna enjoy that. There will be a bit of a trailer in the beginning, as always. But yeah, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all on Wednesday. On Friday. Bye. Wrong day. Wrong day. Everything is fine.